Buh. 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 Hi everyone. Good morning. Good evening. It's probably really late for a lot of you, but do not fear. I will be streaming for a long time because it is work day today. Although when I say streaming for a long time, I'm not sure how long that's actually going to be because I didn't just wake up. Usually I wake up and I get straight to work. Guys, I was slacking. I'll be honest, I was slacking. I woke up, I got a coffee, I did my exercises, and I sat on my ass for about, I want to say 5 hours? Unacceptable, right? Just unacceptable. So yeah, I'll do as much work as I can, but I will probably have a longer work day tomorrow. And while I have you here, check this out. Check that out. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's cold, so she's snuggling. Hello, everyone. She doesn't seem very happy. I'm sorry, did I disturb you? I gotta readjust anyway, so give me a second. Oh, she's not gonna be happy. I know, bobbing, I know. Oh, I know. It's not fair, it's not fair. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, she didn't like that. Sorry about that. I was not comfortable, I'm sorry. She was sitting like that on me for like 20 minutes and it hurt. Okay. Give me a sec. Sorry. Awful start. Right. Bobby, come here. Sit on that bed. You're good. Oh, I hate this cat. Right. So, I haven't seen you guys in a while. Hang on, let me put on music. It's too quiet. It's just too quiet like this. I'm trying to make sure it's not too loud. Okay, so first off, before we begin, hey everyone, it's been a bit. I've just been busy at work, as we all know. This Bonney script ended up being longer than I anticipated. As does, this just tends to happen. And it took me longer than I thought for the pre-production, which is script writing and recording. But I have a new Discord mod. Oh my god, I do though. I have a new Twitch mod. She's not here currently, but it's Alice. You will be seeing her eventually when she jumps in. She'll have the righteous sword, the righteous mod sword when she arrives. So, I now have 3 mods. 3 mods in my Twitch. So you all best behave. You all best behave. Because you will be smited 3 times over if you don't. So there you go. Yeah, Pumpkin Queen. The 3 modsketeers. Alright. Let's get to work. Let's get into it. I'm glad you enjoyed the Stardew VODs. Man, I should get back to playing it, shouldn't I? But I'm intimidated by the new island. I'm really intimidated by it. And I know it's because it's new and that scares me. How lame is that? All anime stuff will be watched today. It's Sunday? I thought it was Saturday. I didn't go out yesterday. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. Shh. God, I should have taken out the trash before anything. Okay, hang on. Give me a sec. It's Sunday's bin day. The rubbish. Oh, my schnoz. It's 7 p.m. Anyway, let's get editing. It's audio editing. Oh, I hate audio editing. I hate audio editing. Oh, sorry, my nose. I don't think my nose is wet, but it feels wet. That's weird, right? Oh my god, what the hell? Ugh, whatever. Whatever. Captain of the Stinkman's going good. It's going good. Yes.
Howdy do, boys!
You're not 100% in Stardew? Insane person. Oh my god. Bobbin, go on the bed. Go on the bed, Bobbin. It's nice and warm. She's wandering around. I don't think she knows where to go. Go jump in the bed. Go jump in the bed, Bobbin. Bobbin, it is so comfy back there. Hang on, I'm gonna try and bait her. Bobby! Come on! Come on! Bobby! Bobby! Come on! Come on! Come on, Bobby! Come on! Bobby! It's so comfy up here, Bobby! Bobby! Oh, please, Bobby! Come on! Come on! Bobby! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Bobby! Never mind. Leave her be. Leave her be. Ugh. I have not gone insane. She... Look, it's cold and I want it to be warm. Is the thing. It's currently nearly winter over here. Oh yeah, Carly got her points back. I did that immediately after the stream. Speaking of, actually. God, I don't know why some of my, points don't work. I really don't know why. Like, they do, but they need to be, like, boosted. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure why that happens. It tends to only be Doffy as well. Ooh, what? See, that works fine. But it's just a Doffy one. I don't know why. Where is it? Channel points. Alright, here we go. Hooters. Pee-pee.
Wacky pee-pee.
And jump scare. There we go. Alright. Okay, let's get to work. I'm procrastinating. Bopping! Stop it! Oh, she's pissing me off. I have an idea. Hang on. She's really liked caves lately. She's really liked caves, like going under things. I have an idea. I have an idea. Hang on. Bobby. He's already looked at it. Come here. Oh, come on! Maybe this way? No. I don't know how to get this to function. I'll hang Sunday out. go. Bobby? Bobby? Doesn't that look comfortable? Bobby! Come on, have a look. Come have a look. Come on. Look at that. You want to check it out? No? She's pissing me off. It was a success! I succeeded! It is bobbing approved! Hang on, can you see her in there? Hello! You said so comfortable. You said so comfortable. Oh, you can't see her, but she's so cute. You stay in there. Alright, she's in. Oh. That's made me very happy. I hope she stays in there. The only thing is now Sanji is not in view, but that's okay. Anything for bobbing. What did I do wrong? What is wrong about it, bobbing? That looks so comfortable. Does it not? That looks so comfortable, bobbing. I've made that just for you. This pisses me off because on my roommate's bed, she loves it. This is pissing me off. Why don't you go in there? Is that not comfy? Go in. Oh my god. You know what? Whatever. Get out of here. I don't care about you. I give up. I give up. She wins. She wins. I don't want her in my room anyway. I don't care. I don't care. Ruined my bed for nothing. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. No, I don't care. I'm comfortable. I am comfortable. I'm super duper comfortable. And you know what? It's Bobbing's loss. It's Bobbing's loss. Let's actually get to work. I'm actually procrastinating. Ow. Oh my god, these idiots. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3. That's not too bad. 4's not too bad. Why a Bonney video now? Because now that we've made it through Egghead and we're now... Who knows how far through Elbaf? I genuinely don't know. I've decided that I'm pretty sure Egghead is the most of, like, what Bonney's story is, you know? Now we're just waiting to see if Kuma is going to be saved, essentially. But we've gotten the meat and potatoes of Bonnie's story and Bonnie's character. Also, when making the Childish Dreams video, I just had Bonnie on my mind. I had Bonnie on my mind a lot because she really fit into that, and I just really like what Bonnie's about. Oops. Sorry to turn the music down a bit. No, I think Bonney is going to have more contributions later as well. Bonney and Lilith, they're on the side of the giants, but they're not like helping them currently. They're just in the really old building, but we haven't seen them do anything yet.
Howdy do, boys.
There's not many people here, so I can say this. Hang on, I sent this to Goofy because this has been something that's been so confusing to me for a while now. And then I'll get back to work, but I need to have this discussion. And right now there aren't many people here, so I can get away with this without hopefully causing landslides. Give me a sec. I sound like a whole essay to Goofy because I was like, Goofy, I figured it out. I figured this out. Okay. Here's what I figured out with my big bulbous pink brain. Okay? I figured out why in our current year of 2025 Admiral level is still a thing. Not just still a thing, but the height of things in regards to strength. Okay? I figured it out because I'll be honest with you guys, I never understood why Admiral level is like, I don't understand why that is currently still a thing. I don't get it. I don't understand why people still see the Admirals as the end-all be-all of strength in this day and age. I just don't get it. So, here's what I sent to Goofy. I said I was talking to my friend about this because Admiral level has always confused me because the Admirals, they're a big deal, but with other things existing such as the Revs, the Emperors, the World Gov agents all existing alongside them, Warlords at the time as well, I didn't think Admirals were exactly like all that. I knew they were strong, but I was like, but there are so many other organizations and other powerful people around. Why the fuck is Admiral level still the thing? I don't quite understand that. Like, especially like next to the Emperors. I don't get why Admiral level is still what's up there and not like other things. Do you know what I mean? And here's what I figured out, right? Everyone put your listening caps on, your thinking caps on, whatever. Okay. So this is already like pre-typed out, okay? Back in the day, the Admirals were the #1 scary thing. The Marines at the time were the greatest force because we saw Luffy take on Lucci, the World Gov agent, and Luffy won, sorry. So Luffy won against Lucci. Spandam was incompetent as well, so that did the world government agents no favors at the time. Warlords had also been taken out by Luffy at this point. But then we get to Marineford. The Admirals rock up and they just seem big and scary, all while Akainu kills Ace without Haki, or whatever it is. Like, Akainu is just big and scary, right? He kills Ace. And because Luffy could not contend with the Admirals at that time, everyone went, oh, the Marines are the peak of power. And then I say in brackets, Shanks forgiving, I guess, because Shanks is like in his own league and okay, whatever. So, like, move Shanks out of the equation, although I guess some people would argue that Shanks still isn't as good as the Admirals, but whatever. Anyway, this was back when Marineford was first a thing, right? Saboti and Marineford. But now, we have a whole new system in play. Okay? We haven't seen the Revs do anything yet, so I'm unsure what's going to happen there. I mean, we have seen them do things, just not to the extent of Marineford Marines, right? So I'm saying that I'm not sure where the revs are right now. I just know that the Admiral level people will never acknowledge Dragon. It doesn't matter what Dragon does at this point in time, they will never acknowledge him. I've accepted that. I don't care about that because I acknowledge Dragon, right? It doesn't matter what Dragon does at this point. They will... I just spat. They will never fucking acknowledge him. It's okay because Dragon is acknowledged in my heart. However, but now we have the Celestial Elders and the Holy Knights, yes? These are new additions that now we are seeing. Like, the Celestial Elders are not new, but what they can do is new, correct? And Egghead genuinely showed us the Admirals, i.e. Kizaru, are kind of bums next to the Elders. Right? They're not bums, but they are clearly like the Elders are their boss. The Elders are a monster. Like, that's the whole point. We've kind of seen that with an Admiral, i.e. Kizaru, next to the Elders, he's kind of smaller, you know? We've seen this. Kizaru was low-key getting his ass beat by Luffy, while Luffy literally could not touch the Elders. This is just what I'm observing. Luffy was able to touch Kizaru and able to actually do something against Kizaru. He couldn't do fucking anything against the Elders but throw them, right? And of course, in addition to that, we also had Sanji deflecting Kizaru's beam, but whatever. So I was thinking, if we go by order of actual power systems that Oda has given us in canon, so these are canonically written power systems that go 1, 2, 3, right? These aren't imaginary numbers. This is the actual scale that Oda has given us, right? The actual narrative, the actual plot scale of who the #1 big dog is. So if we go by the actual power systems that One Piece has, it would be Celestial Elder level first, followed by the Holy Knight level. The Holy Knights are the bosses of the Marines. They are quite literally celestial dragons, okay? And then this is a system that has been untouched for over 900 years. 900 years of the world government. Correct? The Celestial Elders, the Celestial Dragons, the Holy Knights, this is a system that has been in place for a very fucking long time. Way longer than the Admirals. Correct? It has to be. By default, it has to be a system that has been in place for a long time. Okay? So, here's the sum up of all this. People just don't want to admit the Admirals aren't the scariest thing out there anymore. They used to be. They currently are not anymore. They just aren't. There's bigger things out there now. So, because Oda showed how scary Kizaru was by having him rock up in Sabaody and having Rayleigh have to stop him, that showed that the Marines, oh wow, they're currently scary and back in Sabaody. But now, Elbaf is doing the same thing with Gabon and Somers. Meanwhile, in Egghead, the arc before Elbaf, we literally watched Kizaru get taken down to show Luffy's growth. Luffy was going toe-to-toe with Kizaru before the Elders showed up. He even said to Kizaru, I'm different now. I can actually touch you now. That's a huge fucking deal, right? We are seeing Luffy's growth. So the Admirals... now, they are touchable. The Admirals are currently now touchable, okay? The Straw Hats as a whole can actually touch the Admirals. Again, this was shown because Sanji could fucking deflect his light beam. It's the shoes, okay, whatever. We are seeing someone other than Luffy being able to actually do something against Kizaru. But case in point, the Admirals can have something done against them by the Straw Hats. That's the point. So, as Oda shows us Luffy has grown to surpass or be able to take on the Admirals, he is now introducing us to a new enemy Luffy is unable to touch. Okay? So, TLDR. Admiral level people just cannot grow with the times. That's it. That's all it comes down to, okay? Why is Admiral level still a thing? Because they can't move on from fucking Marineford. That's why. Things are changing and they cannot accept that things are changing, okay? They just can't. Because I don't know what the Holy Knights are going to be able to do, but the Holy Knights, by default, by narrative means, are above the Admirals. They are the boss of the Admirals. Because they are the fucking Holy Knights who serve and are celestial dragons. Like, they are not just celestial dragons, some of them are celestial dragons. They are the boss of the Admirals. This is a fact. So Oda has given us a canonical power system, because I agree, power scaling is part of world building when you actually factor in the canonical power systems that Oda has given us. So it's not exactly power scaling as part of world building, it's the systems are part of world building. And the power systems Oda has given us are Celestial Elders, Holy Knights, Admirals. That is the fucking system that Oda has given us. Do you understand this? So when people are absolutely hopping on the Admiral's dicks, they are sucking it glizzy style. They just cannot accept the fact that the Admirals are not the most powerful thing out there anymore. They are not the scariest thing out there anymore. They used to be. They previously were, right? But they're not anymore. Because we have seen through Egghead, Luffy has grown. Luffy is now able to touch these guys. They are not untouchable anymore. What made the Admirals so scary beforehand is they were untouchable. That isn't the case anymore. They are now touchable. You know who currently isn't untouchable right now? The fucking Celestial Elders. Luffy couldn't touch him. He even acknowledged nothing he did anything to them. All he could do was fling them away as far as he could, but it didn't actually do anything. So if we go by the actual system that Oda has given us, the Admirals they're down here. They're not at the level of the Holy Knights, and they're not at the level of the Celestial Elders, because that is not the system that Oda has presented us in the story. Again, it's literally just the fact that people don't want to admit. They don't want to change with the times. They don't want to grow with the times. Back in the day, the Marines and the Admirals were the big bad. They are no longer the big bad. They are part of it, but they are not the scariest thing out there anymore. I'm more scared of Luffy going against the Celestial Elder than I am of him going against an Admiral. Currently, I'm also kind of scared against him going a Holy Knight, considering they are also immortal. Hello? They are scary. They are supposed to be scary. Okay? What little we've seen of Akainu post-time skip, and what little we've seen of him is he let Kuma get away. My point is, power scaling or not, you can power scale, you can make up numbers, but if you ignore the actual system that Oda has given us, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Admiral level by narrative default cannot be a thing anymore. And if it is a thing, it's not the top dog anymore. It just isn't. Because the Admirals are old news. They just are. They are not the scariest thing out there anymore. And like, since Egghead, that's been a thing. Hell, even since the Emperors have been introduced, that's a thing. The reason a lot of people look at Kaido and go, oh, Kaido's not all that anymore, is because Luffy beat Kaido. We see Luffy throw Kizaru around like a fucking pizza dough. We see him go toe-to-toe with Kizaru and people still don't want to accept it. It's just bizarre. They are just absolutely stuck in the past. They just don't want to admit that the Admirals are not the scariest thing anymore. And it's really bizarre to me. It's just, again, it feels like Marineford copium. Like, Marineford to them was just the peak of One Piece. So they're like, no, the guys that were the villains of Marineford cannot be, they can no longer be the scary, like, they have to still be the scariest thing. Otherwise Marineford doesn't look as big anymore. Marineford's still scary, don't get me wrong, it's still a big thing to watch and read, but it's not, like, the Admirals are just not the scariest thing out there anymore, and people just don't want to accept it. It's, like, that's it. So there you go, that's my revelation that I've had over this time. Do with that as you will. Kizaru wasn't taking it seriously. You could also say he wasn't taking it seriously, Marineford. So when will this bum take things seriously? But you get my point, right? We have quite literally seen that the Admirals, they are now touchable. Yes, Akainu is crazy strong, but so is the fucking Celestial Elders. That's the point. And again, yes, you can have someone who's crazy strong, but we are talking about the systems that the story has given us. The system the story has given us is the admirals are not the top dog. They can't possibly be. Because the top dog is someone else. Like, the admirals, they serve the top dog. Their boss is the Celestial Elders. And then under that, their boss are also the Holy Knights. They have to by default be stronger than them. Narratively, they have to be. Otherwise, what is the point of Oda introducing these two new big guys if the admirals are just still the biggest thing? Especially if the admirals, i.e. Kizaru, got his fucking ass handed to him in Egghead. It doesn't make sense. What's the point of Luffy going, wow, I can't touch the Celestial Elders. I can touch Kizaru though. What's the point? Things are changing. The whole world of One Piece has changed. And they just don't want to admit that. I'm not saying the admirals are weak. I'm just saying they are not the #1 top dog thing out there anymore. And that's what people can't accept. Exactly. Akainu's still plenty strong. He just doesn't need to be the top dog. Again, he can't be the top dog. Because the Marines are not the top dogs in this world. They're not. They just can't be. It's also people undermining Sanji. Wait, I had more to say. Hang on, I had more to say, and this is more conspiracy levels. Wait, I had more that I said to Goofy. Here's more that I said. I said, this is why when the Holy Knights can regenerate, or the Celestial Elders are called bums, even though Luffy said nothing he did hurt them, and they had to run from the Elders, people stomp their foot and say, it's not fair. And they reason in their heads the Admirals are still stronger than the Elders and the Holy Knights, because the Admirals aren't cheating. As if having a whole ass magma fruit isn't cheating. But whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they're trying to reason, no, the admirals are still strong. They're just more on a level playing field. So they take away abilities like regeneration and they call that like cheating. They say that's not fair, right? Because they still have to reason that admiral level is still a thing. And the Holy Knights are just the admiral's boss. They are actual celestials who the admirals serve. Oh, thank you for the sub. I'm having deja vu. The Logia problem pre-time skip. It's true. And then I said, and Kizaru was stopped by a shoe. A whole shoe just can stop him. Sorry, it's so stupid. And this is what I said to Goofy, okay? This is the whole... Now, you don't have to listen to this part. This is a conspiracy, right? But, this is like my head, right? My conspiracy, my tinfoil hat. I said, where is it? I said, I do find it funny. People don't want to acknowledge Sanji so bad that they actually make Kizaru sound worse. Like, no, instead of one guy that can stop Kizaru, we're gonna say it's a shoe that anyone can wear. That makes Kizaru sound weaker in comparison. If it's just one guy that can stop him, or one guy that can deflect his light, that means something. But because they can't acknowledge Sanji and that Sanji can do that, it has to be a shoe. Anyone can wear the fucking shoe. They are all wearing the shoe, so anyone can stop Kizaru. Do you see what I mean? So you can just make armor out of whatever material the shoe's made out of and he's immediately stopped. Do you see what I mean? How stupid that is? They want to not acknowledge Sanji so fucking bad. They make Kizaru sound worse in comparison. And then I said I also have a theory. The reason the Celestial Elders were called bums is because Sanji was the one who kicked through 3 of them. So acknowledging the Elders means acknowledging Sanji, and we can't do that. Guys, we can't do that. We just can't do that. It's like, I know this is conspiracy theory stuff, but I have seen how Sanji is treated in the power scaling spaces. People don't want to acknowledge him. They just don't. Because they think he's ridiculous. So it's like, nah, we gotta make everyone who's... Like, the second Sanji can, like, go up against someone, immediately that person's a bum. Or immediately they have to make up a reason for why that's happening. Sanji, for some reason, is just the guy that brings everyone down. Which is just insane. I also said, I figured out why the people think the Holy Knights are not as scary as they are. Because they are. They're horrifying. Because Gabon is currently the only one who can touch them. Right? The Gabon is currently the only one we've seen who can actually do something against them. And who the fuck was Gabon compared to in the story by Luffy himself? Newsflash, that was Sanji. I'm telling you, I am actually telling you, every single time Sanji can be seen possibly competing with someone, suddenly that person they're versing is a bum. It happens every time. Like, just without fail, it happens every time. It's actually crazy. They treat... Lil Luffy, I said the exact same fucking thing to Goofy. I said, I told you Sanji's treated like a woman. Sanji does something and then people go, well, anyone can do that. He's treated like a woman! Oh my god! He's treated like a woman. He does something and then everyone's like, okay, well, anyone can do that. How crazy is that? Why do they hate him so much? I don't understand. They just can never acknowledge him. This is also why when Luffy said, haha, Gabon's just like Sanji, this is why the whole debate started on whether Gabon actually has Conqueror's Haki or not. Do you remember that? Do we all remember that? Do we remember this? I know we remember this. It's so fucking obvious that Gabon has Conquerors. Like, he has to. It's so obvious. And yet, because he was compared to Sanji, suddenly we have to start debating that. And it's like, I know you know he has Conquerors. Again, he has to. It's obvious that he does. But because he was compared to Sanji, he's not allowed to have Conquerors. It happens every time, guys. It happens every time. I don't understand why they hate him so much. It's just insane. Anyway, so there you go. Now listen, the Admirals are still a threat. I'm not saying they're not a threat. I'm not saying the Admirals aren't scary. And I do believe the Admirals are part in changing the world because they run a fucking world government-backed military system. And whoever the Marines side with is going to change the war. That's like case in point. Like, the Marines are powerful. But the biggest issue I have is people still thinking the Marine Admirals are the top of power. They think they're the big dogs of the big dogs of strength, and that again, it just cannot be true. The way Oda has presented these systems of power, it cannot be true. Because we know who their bosses are, and we are now seeing what their bosses can do. And their bosses are fucking scary. Like, it just cannot be a thing. Because otherwise, what's the point of the system that Oda has given us? What's the point of it? It's ridiculous. What's the point of the Holy Knights being like the Celestial Dragons or the world government's like essential, like just crazy scary assassins that they just deploy to get a job done if the Holy Knights are not fucking terrifying in comparison to the Admirals? Like, the Holy Knights have to be that scary, and they are. People just don't want them to be that scary. It's really bizarre. Again, it's people not accepting that the Admirals, the Marines, are just not the top of the top anymore. They're stuck on Marineford, is all I'm saying. But yeah, there you go. Doo-doo-doo. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Howdy do, boys.
Look, the admirals exist and they can't even fucking take out Buggy! Buggy! They've acknowledged that what Buggy is doing is a problem and they have to get rid of Cross Guild now. And they haven't been able to! Like, that's just insane! They just don't want to touch the Emperors. Is Son Goku on his way to do just that? I don't know. But Buggy's powerful. Look, the way I saw it is I always saw the Admirals and the Emperors were like the two. I saw the Admirals and the Emperors were the two who were meant to be on that same level. Because the Admirals don't want beef with the Emperors. Gee, I fucking wonder why. They knew that Whitebeard would incite a war. Like, they knew that having Ace would incite a war with Whitebeard, and they needed their 3 top men to be part of that, which was the 3 Admirals. The Emperors are clearly a fucking threat. They are a mess to be reckoned with, and I always thought the Admirals and the Emperors were on the same playing field. That made the most sense. But now there's something above them, right? But in saying that, we also don't know what the Revs can do. But like I said, they're never going to acknowledge Dragon. It really doesn't matter what Dragon does, they will never acknowledge him. It's insane because this man clearly cares about the good of humanity. Like, that's so obvious. And he's making sure what he's doing is, actually as strategic as it can be, and they're going, nah, he's a bum. Oh my god, Dragon, I'm on your side. Dragon, just know I'm on your side. That's what I'm saying. The Admirals are very powerful, but they're not the Straw Hats' enemies anymore. That's exactly it. If anyone is gonna probably take on the Admirals at this point in time, would that not be the Revs? The Revolutionary Army and the Marines are 2 sides of the same coin. Not the Marines and Pirates. It's the Revs and the Marines. For fuck's sake, the Revs are even run by an ex-Marine. Do you know what I mean? Dragon is an ex-Marine and he hates the Marines. If anyone is going to take on the Marines, it's the Revolutionary Army. They make the most sense. They are foils of each other. So I'm not sure why, like, people think Pirates and the Marines and the Admirals are who's going to be, like, banging it out. Because it's like, they're part of it, but the revolutionaries are clearly the ones that are looking at the Marines and they're looking at their heads. Hang on, I gotta be back. I'm coming back. I gotta help with the trash. Give me a sec. I'm taking out the trash! I'm taking out these bombs! These bombs! I'm back. Sorry. Sorry. Hi. Took out the trash and I ordered burgers. Because I've been craving burgers for so... Oh, I got something stuck in my throat. Not only am I like your dad coughing, I'm like my dad sneezing, and it really pissed me off. I have the exact same sneeze as my dad. The exact same. And I was like, oh no, when I figured that out. Awful. It's loud and aggressive. It's a sneeze that asserts dominance. I took out these bums. The shotgun sneeze. Is that what it's called? I've got the dad sneeze, that's all I know. Speaking of Twitter, I've noticed that, I don't know what's happened exactly, but from what I know from friends I have who've been into One Piece for like a longer time than I have, they would tell me that back in the day when Sanji was getting roasted on twitter.com, no one would say anything. They just let him be roasted. No one would say anything. No one would defend this poor beautiful woman, right? But it's like, okay, fair enough. Apparently, the times have changed, right? Apparently the times have changed. Now, Sanji, what's it called when like there's like politicians and they're trying to like up their like the way people like them? What's that called? The Sanji's publicity, I suppose, is more, yeah, their appeal, Sanji's appeal is now more positive from what I have seen, because apparently, like, I want to say that it's been building up, and I want to say that since Egghead happened, now people are like, Sanji's actually nice. I want to say that for the longest time, the Sanji appeal has been growing. And Egghead was going to be the make it or break it for Sanji. And it made it. Because Sanji was so nice and so sweet in Egghead, right? And then everyone started going, wait a minute, Sanji's actually like a chill guy. Like, he's actually a nice, chill guy. So now when people start saying shit about Sanji, I am seeing people defending him with their lives. Not only are they defending him, they are, what's it called? They're ratioing the original hate tweet. This is a new thing. This is new. So now people are waking up. The sheeple are waking up and they're like, Sanji's actually not bad. He has moments, of course, but he's not that bad. And we were too harsh to him. And now they're defending him and they're going, he's literally just a nice guy. Because there was a thing where someone put Sanji amongst like all these anime perverts. And like the perverts who he was put with were extreme, disgusting perverts. And then it was just Sanji. And then someone QRT'd that with like Sanji just being a guy. As in, this is literally just a guy among horrible degenerates. And people were like, yeah, you're being too harsh on him. He's just a nice guy. He has weak moments, don't get me wrong, but he's just a nice guy. Right? So now apparently the tides have changed and now Sanji's finally getting some respect out there on the streets, right? And I don't want to say I was part of this shift, but I'd like to believe I was because of my Sanji video. The amount of people that have told me your Sanji video is what made me like Sanji, that's all I want to hear, man. That's all I want to hear. I want to believe this shift has happened because I was part of this. I don't think I made it happen, but I want to believe I was on the front lines of this happening. Do you know what I mean? We did it, boys. Sanji is finally being seen as respectable. How beautiful. Also, someone said something. The artist who drew you with the Loki plush and Subodhi. Oh! Hi, Tenguki! Oh my god! And I'm working on another illustration. I want to know if you were in the One Piece... If you were in the One Piece world, would you wear a Sanji or Law fan sweater? Which one? Okay, Tenguki, this is a complicated question. Because if I were in the One Piece world, like, if I existed alongside Sanji and Law as, like, they existed in reality with me, I'd probably be wearing a Nami sweater. Do you understand? Because it's complicated, because I like Sanji because this little goober, he doesn't exist. But if I existed alongside them, I'd be a Nami fan straight up. Nami would be my girl, but because I don't exist alongside them, Sanji's my girl. Do you understand? However, do give me a Sanji sweater. Do give me a Sanji sweater. It's definitely Sanji that I would wave a flag for, I'm afraid. I'm weak. I'm weak like that. All that to say, give me a Sanji sweater. Bum, 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 bum. La 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 la. Heads up, guys, when my burger arrives, I will not be eating that on camera. Because burgers are messy and sloppy. They are not a good mukbang food. Oh, God. I can't work and eat a burger. Trust me, by God have I tried. I can't do it. Burger with a fork? That is what non-normal people do. It's true, I do unhinge my jaw like a snake. Yeah, greasy fingers. Bonney! Oops. Wrong button. The burgers Oda draws look so good. Excuse me, the burgers Sanji cooks, thank you very much, looks so good. I can show you the burger. I will just be eating it off camera. Best looking food Oda has drawn. His meat. His schmeat! I said that a bit too fast, but the meat. Just the meat on a stick. Fuck, I want to eat it so bad. It's actually crazy how bad I want to eat that. There's nothing like it. I'd kill to eat a big, juicy, sloppy piece of meat on a bone. Oh my god. I have the recipe for that meat. I've got Sanji's cookbook. I want to try cooking it, but I know I'm gonna not do well. Because it's like, you have to like stuff the meat and then you gotta wrap it back around the bone, and I can't do that shit. La 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 la. Oh, something about eating meat and drinking mead. Truly, truly something about that. Actually, there's a scene in Thriller Bark where after the Straw Hat ship got plundered by Moria's guys, Luffy's eating bread and cheese, and Luffy's like, I need meat, I can't just fill up on bread and cheese. And I was like, speak for your fucking self. Oh my god. I can easily fill up on bread and cheese. Easily. It's a problem how easily I can fill up on bread and cheese. Luffy undercook his meat. I don't know what that means. I've never seen Luffy cook meat. Luffy undercook his meat? What? By the way, there is a Sanji rant in this video. Of course there is. Oh, what Luffy can cook. Yeah, because Luffy's an animal. Like, he eats raw animals off their literal bones. I think Luffy would just eat any meat. Yeah, raw meat. Yeah, that's Luffy. Luffy Salmonella King. That's why Luffy's so stupid. He's full of worms. I say this, but I have my, like, steak medium rare. Because I like it bloody. Zoro can cook sashimi. Think about that. That's less cooking and more Zoro can fillet a fish, I think. I think that's just Zoro can fillet a fish, and you know what? Good for him. My room looks like art mood board pics you'd find on Pinterest. That is that's such a compliment. It means I'm doing something right. Yeah, I'd try Zoro's sashimi. Look, there's one thing Zoro's good at, and it's cutting things. I trust that he'd be able to cut a fish into edible bite-sized pieces. We can cook rice. Good. I'd be concerned if he couldn't. It seems Zoro's meals are just like the most low effort easy things, you know what I mean? Which makes sense because I don't think Zoro used to live for like earthly pleasures, do you know what I mean? Why would Zoro want to learn how to cook anything more than what he needs? Because it's not like he really cared about that aspect of his life. I'm sure he thought food was just fuel. Also, when it says Zoro can, sorry, my eyelash keeps getting stuck. When it says Zoro can cook sashimi, cook sashimi, or like, here's what I'm imagining. Would he catch a fish and cut it up, or was he just biting into it? Because I feel like he'd do both. Remember, he would eat fish bones. Back in Syrup Village, when Luffy got, like, a fish bone stuck in his throat. And then Zoro said, you have to work on your fish bone eating technique. And Nami said, guys, normal people don't eat the bones of the fish. That indicates to me that Zoro was just the whole swallowing fish. Do you know what I mean? No, I'm sure Zoro can cut up sashimi, but like, I'm sure he can fillet a fish, but how much was he actually doing that? Him eating, like, bones, fish bones, says to me that he was just catching and biting into fish. At least that's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Stop getting stuck, you bastard. Okay, good. Safe. The bones and hair of the animals, yeah. Last time Zoro ate meat, hello, that was Elbaf. With his Haki-infused meat. That he was eating off what seemed to be, Enma. That was so funny. Why was he doing that? God, that's so foul that he was eating meat from a sword? What's wrong with him? Oh, cooking meat in Wano. Yeah, he cooks some meat in Wano. So, Bucky, like, the fact that in Wano, Robin and Usopp and Frankie were eating Sanji's soba noodles and they were going, oh, Sanji's cooking, says to me that I don't think they can go back. I don't think they can. I think once you've had Sanji's cooking, that's it. It's like crack. You are going to be chasing that for the rest of your life. I feel so bad for anyone who's had Sunji's cooking and is in a straw hat. Because now they can never have that again unless they see Sunji again. And I always think about when Kinemon and Zoro were fighting on the Sunny, which was funny because, did I say Zoro? Anyway, I always think about when Kinemon and Zoro were fighting on the Sunny. Because two things about that. The first thing was Sunji going, yeah, kill him, kill him. Like Sunji was going, yeah, get him, get him. That was so funny. But then he said, yeah, we're having pizza. And Kinemon said, Peter, I don't know what that is, but if Sanji's cooking it, then it's gotta be good. Sanji's cooking just makes your... It's just bull slapping good, you know what I mean? It's just that good. I feel so bad for anyone who can't have Sanji's cooking again. Like, seriously, this is why I'm like, I really don't think... I think if the Straw Hats do split up, I think Luffy's gonna go wherever Sanji goes. I can't see Luffy ever leaving Sanji. Because his cooking is way too good. Luffy even says that to people. I swear he said to a few people before, well, it's not Sanji's food, but it's still good. I swear he said that a few times. Jolly Joestar, I've talked about this. Jolly. I feel so bad for any girlies who were going to the Baratier for Sanji, because they were. We saw it. We saw that there would be girlies entering the Baratier and they go, hi, Sanji, and you go, hi! Now imagine you go to the Baratier for your fun little blonde twink who gives you free food and makes the best fucking food ever. And he's cute, and he twirls around you, and then suddenly one day you go there and they're like, oh sorry, the twink's gone. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. What do you mean the twink's gone? Bring him back! Bring him back! Sorry, he left to join a pirate crew. Fuck! Oh my god! That would piss me off so bad. I feel so sorry for those girls. So sorry for those girls. By the way, the girl was depressed. Oh my god. But by the way, this is exactly why. Mind you, I'd still go there for Zeph. Zeph's hot. But this is exactly why. Why is Twitch chat filtering the word twink? I don't know. That's a good question. Is it? That's so funny. But, this is exactly why when people are like, oh, Sanji would leave the Straw Hats for a girl. They're just wrong. Because we saw that women liked Sanji at the Baratier. He was living a good life at the Baratier. But it wasn't the life that he wanted. Like, a woman does not dictate, like, where his loyalties lie. And I'm not sure why people have ever thought that. There were tons of girlies that were meeting Sanji at the Baratier and thinking he was a cutie patootie. But, it's not the life he wanted. And he pledged allegiance to the hat. To the straw hat. Only a wanted poster is left. To be fair, Zeph's food is delicious. Like, I'd still go there for Zeph's food. But I'd just be so mad that my twink is gone. Because he's like the dinner and a show, you know what I mean? I'd be so mad my twink is gone. Who's crying harder at Fishman Island than saying goodbye to the Baratier? That was so funny. But yeah, I bet all the Straw Hats over the 2-year time skip were absolutely jonesing for Sanji's cooking. I feel it in my bones. They were itching to have Sanji's food again. La 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 la. Oh, so hi, Foily. I mean, Zora had Mihawks cooking. And I'm sure that slapped, but... There's some food, it's just not Sanji's. Oh! Zoro eating something and having to acknowledge to himself, fuck. Fuck, I actually miss his cooking! Damn it! Damn it, I miss his cooking! That would tear him up inside. I have to be stronger than this! Zoro wouldn't admit it out loud. He would not admit that out loud. Yeah, they've come to arrest me. Those are my burgers. Who can compete with his cooking in One Piece besides Zeph? Ivankov, the Kamabaka girlies. The whole point of Kamabaka Island is they're incredible cooks. Remember, when Sanji ate their food, he went, wow! This is amazing, and I feel my energy coming back. That's why, one of the reasons he was sent there. There's probably multiple reasons. Controversial, no, I don't think Pudding can compete with Sanji's cooking, only because... Bro, Sanji's the one that made that cake, not Pudding. Yeah, I don't think Pudding can compete with that. One of the cutest scenes in the manga is when Sanji has made sandwiches and he's cut off the crusts. And he put the crusts aside as a snack for Luffy and Zoro. And Luffy sees Zoro eating the crusts and he's like, what the hell? What? Why did you get crusts? And then Zoro said, like, no. Zoro said you're too slow or something, and Sanji said your crusts are over here. That was so cute. I think, was that Alabasta? That's when Vivi was with them, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm 90% sure. I can't remember the exact arc that was, but I remember that was a thing. Yeah, snacks for Karo as well. If someone can find the chapter that happens, I'd be grateful so I can show it to you guys, but it was really cute. He just made snacks for Zoro and Luffy and put the crusts in a little cup for them. It was really cute. Oh yeah, his bento box. That was so cute. Sanji's so wife. Here's your bento box for the day, darling. Make sure to eat all of it. Keep your strength, don't get hungry. That reminds me of how cute it was when Zoro was trying to eat his little bento box in Skypiea, and he said to the bird, you can't have any. And then he saved the rest of it to eat alongside his dinner in the forest when they were making soup. That's so cute! That's just so cute! God, Sanji's food must just slap. Bro fought off a bird for that. Wilbot, I don't know why your Twitch is censoring these things. I just like that Sanji's like, slops on, and then everyone runs to him. Oh, I can't. My burgers are here. I'll be back. I'm trying to decide if I'll show you the burger because I'm not eating the burger on camera. Okay, I'll be back. I'll show you guys the burger and then I'm gonna eat it off camera. Okay, I'll be back.
Howdy do, boys.
Alright. Oh my god, where did I go? There I am. I will show you the burger, and then I'll eat it in silence. There she is. Oh! Holy moly. Right? Probably not as good as Sanji can make, but I'd say still pretty good. I'd say still pretty good. Alright. I'm putting my sleeves up. Alright, I'll be back. I am not eating this burger in front of you guys. So sit and listen to the music. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. That boigla was delicious. Where am I? There I am. Delicious boigla. Alright, I have had the, of course I inhaled it. Foily has sent me- oh, it was the beginning of Skypiea! Chapter 303? I have lettuce in my teeth? You little liar. My teeth look great. What are you talking about? I've got beautiful teeth with no lettuce. Made you look, you did. Oh, sorry, it's the end of Skypiea, not the beginning of Skypiea. Oh, did only Zora get them? He's eating them in the back again? What the fuck? Why does why does Zora keep getting the bread crusts? Here we go, look. Bread crust, hey Sanji, I want some too. See, he's chewing on them. He got a little cup of bread crust. And then in one of the next panels, they're all having lunch. And they're having sandwiches. What is he eating? More bread crusts? So only Zora gets the bread crust? Oh my god, I thought Sanji made cups for all of them. That's so special. Zora and Luffy's fave snacks are fried breadsticks. That is so cute. Ah! No, he's got a little cup. It's not his hands. At least I think that's a cup. That's so special. Wait, that's so cute. You know what that means? Every time Sanji's cooking or making sandwiches, either Luffy or Zoro are running in to try and get the breadsticks first. Or to get the crusts first. That's so cute. Oh, I got chips to eat. Oh, check those out. Yummy. Speaking of yummy food. That's so kawaii. Yeah, I'd eat my least favorite food if it were made by Sanji. I've talked about this. I'd make that a challenge for him. Here is my least favorite food. Make it into something I want to eat. And saying this, I can't think of what my least favorite food is. Like, I don't like black licorice, but is that a food? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of just a candy. But I guess he can make that. There's not much that I don't eat. Man. Sorry, the little fried breadstick thing is so cute. That's just cute. It's so... You know how so many people are like... It feels like One Piece doesn't have those moments anymore of like domesticity. Or like the crew being like close and domestic. And I argue One Piece has tons of that. It's just in the background. Because Oda can't draw just the nothing days. Because he's got a story to write, you know? And I've always said that if One Piece would like have any spin-off, it should be a slice of life spin-off. A slice of life spin-off for One Piece would be fantastic. But Oda still includes tons of close and cute moments between the Straw Hats like that. They just tend to be in the background. Which is, it's supposed to be. Like, it's meant to be a thing of, look, this is how comfortable they are around each other. And I think it's adorable. Like, the fried breadstick thing is just so cute. That's so cute. Guy with 3 eyes, no, that would not at all be the same. If anything, he'd go, oh, I'm sorry. Also, why the fuck is she eating it? If she's got allergies to it. Just remember the Food Wars Sanji thing. And the homoerotic scene of Zoro giving Sanji his sword. Specifically Wado. Fuck, that was crazy. This is a big boy sword. For big sexy boys. Only big sexy boys can handle this big boy sword. Sanji effectively made Zoro nut in that. I need us to remember this. I'm serious. The Food Wars thing is literally when you eat food so good you bust one. Zoro ate the sashimi and went, whoo! You know that shit was good. And he said, what did he say? He went, whoa, that hits or something. He went, whoa, that hits. To euthanize you through his food. Would he do it? That's a good question. Because he doesn't like poisoning food. But I guess if you ask, he'd make it a whole thing for you, I guess. Can't Sanji alter breast size through his food? Is that why Zoro has the biggest knockers? Is he pumping Zoro full of hormones? Is this what's happening? Oh my god, it all makes sense. We have to stop talking about this now. That was a horrible thing that I just read. That was a horrible thing that I just read. The Baron Amatsuru movie is so good for that reason.
Howdy do, boys!
So good for that reason. I stand by, the writer of that movie knew the Straw Hat dynamic so well. So well. And using Zoro and Sanji's dynamic as like, but what would happen if they actually fought? Like, one of them was actually upset at the other. That was awesome. Because at first it's like, haha. Oh, they're just arguing. And then it's, oh. No, this is like for real, Sanji's actually upset. And I love it. I love it because you can see on Zoro's face like, oh, I fucked up. Ah! I love it! I loved it! The Usopp and Nami fight hurt so bad, and the Zoro and Sanji fight hurt so bad. But the Zoro realization of, I actually fucked up, I actually made him mad. Like, that was just awesome. But unsettling. Yeah, when Sanji said, no, you can't eat. You didn't cheer for me, you can't eat. And Zoro went, bah? That was fucked! Oh my god. But I don't want it anyway. No, the writer of that movie really understood the dynamics of all the Straw Hats, because Usopp and Nami were the same. Usopp and Nami tend to also have those like play fights, right? But Nami was actually pissed off. I'll never forget Usopp saying to her, you're the one who's the lying backstabber. Oh! Any other day that would have been a, you got me. But because of the island they were on and the situation they were in, now that pissed her off. That really made her mad. It was just good. The way they worked on the dynamics was so good. They picked the perfect Straw Hats to do that too. Because at first it was like, okay, it's just an argument. And then it was, oh no, this is real. And that's what unsettles you. Yeah, Sanji getting jealous at Luffy cheering the other chef. That was cute. That was cute to me. That he was so angry about that. I've got my red dress on tonight. When I think about how many eras One Piece has gone through, I'm just like shocked. Like, One Piece like went through like how do I explain this? One Piece was around when iCarly was at its peak. One Piece was around when SpongeBob was at its peak and created, mind you. One Piece was around when California Girls by Katy Perry dropped. One Piece was around when Nicki Minaj released the Monsterverse. One Piece saw 9/11. Like, I think about how much One Piece has gone through as a current ongoing linear story and how many eras it's seen. Like, if I read One Piece, I wouldn't read it thinking, yeah, I can tell that this is when California Girls by Katy Perry came out. Do you understand what I mean? Like, One Piece just doesn't feel of its time whenever it was, like, drawn or whenever it was made. Like, there are some moments, don't get me wrong, but I never feel One Piece is dated. Like, it's just odd to me. What arc was out when California Girls by Katy Perry was dropped? Is that Marineford? Or is that Thriller Bark? What arc One Piece 2010? It was Marineford. Wow! Marineford came out and Katy Perry dropped California Girls. Ah! Ah! Ace was dying. Oh, wait, that's so beautiful. Ace, oh my god, California Girls are unforgettable. California Girls played during the war. Also, 2010 is the year Fireflies by Owl City came out. Oh fuck, it was 2009, I lied. So what, that would have been Thriller Bark or Impel Down? Impel Down. Impel Down, you would not believe your eyes. You know what happened? Impel Down happened, and Katy Perry saw Ivankov and was inspired to make California Girls. Tall, tan, fit, and ready. NL is not modeled by Eminem. That is a lie. I remember this because I was talking with someone in this chat and they said, what is like the funniest rumor that One Piece has that is not actually true? For me, it's Pel's alive because of 9/11. That's the funniest one for me. But I didn't know that Enel isn't actually... Like, there's no statement that Enel is modeled off Eminem. It was just an assumption. The reason people said that is because Oda said he was listening to Eminem. And I think he said that when he was making Skypiea. It was in an SBS or something. But it's not, like, it's not factual. Oda didn't actually say Enel is modeled off Eminem. That's just a rumor. Right? That shocked me to my core. It's a rumor. California girls, you're unforgettable. Ace is a California girl. I can believe that. He's unforgettable. Chapter 420 is Buster Cool. Oh. Oda seems like a guy who'd listen to California Girls. Woo! When did Clarity by Zed come out? "2012? That's Fishman Island. Oh my god. If I love... That's what I'm saying. One Piece has gone through so many iconic song phases.
Howdy do, boys.
Wait. When did Whole Cake Island come out? 2016, right? 2016. 2016 to 2018 in the manga. Top songs of 2016. These songs suck! We don't talk anymore? Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh my god, this was a dry year of songs. Love Yourself by Justin Bieber. Sorry. Stressed Out by 21 Pilots. Wow, I'm sorry. Most of these songs kind of suck. Why was 2016 in such a dry spell? Oh god, there are so many 21 Pilots songs. Pillow Talk by Zayn. Send My Love to Your New Lover by Adele. What the fuck is Broccoli? Dangerous Woman. Alright, what about 2018? That's when Whole Cake Island was at its peak. Top songs of 2018. Perfect by Ed Sheeran! Look, I stand by that, when Oda was writing the scene of, like, the fight, because we know Oda listens to Avril Lavigne. Right? We know this is a thing. I stand by while he was drawing the Whole Cake Island scenes of, like, Luffy and Sanji fighting. He was listening to, It's a damn cold night, trying to figure out this life. I stand by, that's what he was listening to. I'm with you. And also the, why'd you have to make things so complicated? I stand by, that's what he was listening to. I know he was pumping, like, angsty Avril Lavigne songs while he was drawing Whole Cake Island. There's also an Avril Lavigne song for Alice in Wonderland, by the way. And I'll be honest with you, it's so Sanji Whole Cake Island. It's just called Alice. I'm telling you, Oda was listening to that shit. He's an Avril fan. Oh my god, 2016 had awful songs. I keep thinking about it. Not awful, just not as good. The era of, like, early 2010s pop was truly gone. There was no California Girls, you know? Oh, these chips with the burger is a lot of food. Oda was a big One Direction fan. See, I'd believe it though. I don't know if you're fucking with me, but I'd believe it. I'd believe it. Like, what is there not to believe about that? I mean, who doesn't listen to Queen? Especially of that generation, Oda's generation. I don't know anyone who doesn't. But, like, the fact that he loves Avril Lavigne is just really funny. She was a skater boy and she's a later boy. Imagine him listening to that going, yeah, this is what I have to write Whole Cake Island to. I'm getting ideas for One Piece through Avril Lavigne. I say this like Whole Cake Island's opening song wasn't literally a love ballad. My heart is throbbing for you. God, that shit was insane. I have to see it again. Hang on. I need to get to the scene where it's Luffy and Sanji looking at each other. What the not Hope. Oh, I went by chapter numbers by accident. This is also not Hope. What is going on? Have I lost it? No, this is Whole Cake Island. Where is Hope? Where is Hope? I was in the 1800s. I opened 802. This is 802, Foily. Don't fuck with me. There we go. Okay. Now where's the scene? Hi, Sanji. Here it is. Oh my god! What is happening? I just can't get over this. Who approved this? Ah! Ah! It's the same thing and I still have the same reaction to this! Ah! I'm warning you! Help! Where's the... My heart is throbbing. I remember that so well. There's a place I have to return with you? To return to with you. Ah! This is so cute. We'll be forever! Where's my heart is throbbing? There it is, my heart throbs at the thought of you. This is gay. This is gay. Zora, get out of here. That was pretty crazy of him. Whoever said, let's make the opening of Whole Cake Island a love song, they deserve a lot of money. They deserve a lot of money and a lot of kisses on the cheek. We can? We can. Hang on. What's we can again? Oh, this is when they play with the... It's not that bad. The worst? I don't think so. I will say, this PowerPoint looking opening is a bit crazy though. The way they have Nami and Robin running is foul. Can you see that? Nami doesn't run like that! I know, I'm sorry it's 4K 60 FPS, it was the first one there. Nami does not run like that. Superpowers fucking sucks, I'm sorry. Superpowers is the worst one. Hang on, this PowerPoint opening, get ready. a horrifying luff. Superpowers was really bad. Superpowers was really bad. And the reason Superpowers was really bad is because it was directly after Hope. So we just gotta... And it's like an amazing song. And then we get, oh, we got superpowers. It was so bad. Like, superpowers wouldn't be that bad if it were not directly after Hope. But because it was just directly after Hope, it was fucking awful. And I remember thinking, why did the opening get so bad suddenly? It's in your top 5. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have this taste. I apologize. But, I hate it. As we all know, my favorite opening is, We Go. I'm sorry. It's just, there is no other One Piece opening that gives me goosebumps like that. There's just no other opening that gives me goosebumps like that. And I will admit, it is partially because Rayleigh's in it. And as they show Rayleigh it plays the brass that goes do-do-do-do-do-do-do! And that gets me moving. That gets me moving. Like, it just gets me crazy. And also the passing of the hat as well, the animation. As it goes from Roger to Shanks to Luffy. Come on, that's peak. Over the top, that's One Dream. That's controversial. A lot of people got sick of Over the Top because of the Wano anime. One Dream. It was so short-lived, but I nearly said Imagine Dragons. The opening with Owari no Sekai, no Sekai no Owari. The last Wano opening was a really good one, but it was so short. They didn't have it for very long. I remember being really sad about that. Wasn't the one that played during Impel Down like a really sad one? Because Ace was like dying? Crazy Rainbow Ride's also really good. Bon Voyage! Yeah, that bangs. That one slaps. Can I be honest with you guys? I hate the sad one. I hate the sad opening. Not because, oh, it's so sad. Because it's boring! Sad, slow songs are boring. Like, I get it. It's sad, but it was boring. I'm sorry. Like, why couldn't they do an opening like Hope? Where it's like sad, but it's still upbeat. Like, that slaps! Why couldn't they do something like that? I care about Ace, but can he throw it back a little? You know what I mean? Does it have to be this sad? Maybe the opening should have been California Girls. Bad Romance. What year did that come out? 2009? That was still Marineford. No, wait, yeah, that was still Marineford. No, Impel Down, Impel Down. Okay, yeah. Good. I'm glad one of Lady Gaga's best songs came out during Impel Down. For fuck's sake. When the queens were introduced in Impel Down. Believe, isn't that Believe in Wonderland? Isn't that the Europop song? Wait, that one slapped. What do you mean that was jarring? That's such a good one. Ah! Bro, that's the Eurobeat opening. That is such a good one. Bitch, that got me hyped. Oh my god. Maybe I just like Eurobeat though. It was not jarring. It got me pumped up. It was not jarring. It was perfect. I believe in Wonderland. The most popular One Piece opening is One Day, huh? How is it not We Are? This is the song that sucks! What are you talking about? This is the most popular one. This is such a boring song. Oh my god, I'm sick of this. This is the boring slow song. This opening is boring and slow. It's not fun. I don't. This style of music is just so meh to me. This is the most popular. Can people get some taste? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. As if it's not We Are, We Go, Hope. Or, there's one more that's really good. That I'm not counting Egghead because it's so new. Or,
Howdy do, boys.
the Water 7 opening. What's that one called? What's that one called? Anyone remember? No one remembers? Alright. Oh, is that actually what it's called? Kokoro no Chizu. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Anyway. Yeah. How is it not one of those four? Really? It's the... But it's so slow. I don't know, I just don't like that style of song. It's an edgier song. One Piece has to be edgy. Or Bon Voyage. Bon Voyage. Or Crazy Rainbow Ride. Crazy Rainbow Ride fucking slaps. Or is it Crazy Rainbow Star? Oh, it's just Crazy Rainbow. Okay, my bad. Crazy Rainbow is so good. Oh my god, people need to start getting taste. Crazy, crazy rainbow star. Rainbow star. Oops, sorry. Ah, people piss me off. They piss me off. We need to do opening tier list votes in circles that don't have men in them. Or like cishet men in them. I guarantee you that that list would look a lot different. I guarantee it. I'm sorry, but you guys know it's true. You know it's true. If we did a One Piece best opening list and we said, sorry cishet men, you can't vote on this, it would look very different. And I know you know that. I know you know that. Nah, the Holy Knights don't give a shit about Bonney. But Bonney is unimportant at this point in time to the Holy Knights and the Celestials. They just wanted to kill her. Bonney is technically a problem, but Bonney is technically a problem in the same way all pirates are problems. Like, I don't understand. Look, Bonney is... They want to kill her more than anything. Like, I don't think they'd want to train her. They just want to kill her. Like they did in Egghead. They just wanted to kill her. Like, how do I explain this? Bonney is not exactly special to the Elders. A lot of people think she is. They called her an insect. They said to her, you are just an insect to us. She's not... Like, there's nothing that they want from her. They just want to kill her. I'm not sure why people think Bonney has this special relationship with, like, the Elders and the Celestial Dragons. They just want her dead. That's the extent of importance they have there. Yeah, exactly. They clearly just want to kill her. They don't care to take her in or anything. Also, the Holy Knights literally said, I don't know what hostages are. They don't even understand the concept of hostages because it doesn't matter to them. They just kill. Like... Bonney is important within the story, yes. Like, I'm not saying Bonney isn't important. I'm saying that to the Celestial Elders and to the Celestial Dragons and the Holy Knights, I just don't know why she'd matter apart from just kill her. Like, she'd just be someone else to kill to them. Oh yeah, Gabon going up against Somers is great because Gabon's whole thing is yay, love is free, and then Somers' whole thing is haha, love is a prison. Love can trap people and hurt people. It's fantastic. It's a great parallel that they have going on there. Their history, the toxic old man Yowie. I know it's gonna go crazy. I was about to say, you know Gabon's a green flag because he's like, my wife isn't aging with me. That's so cute. La 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 la. Countering Nika with another Nika, I'll be honest with you. I think the government just don't want Nika. I think Nika's too much of a threat to even want to try and use a second Nika. I think it's just much more beneficial for them to just kill anything or anyone resembling Nika. Favorite endings? Again, the 101... What's that one called? It's called I or something. It's by like chili dogs. Chili something. Chili beans. But that one's a good one. The ending with Vivi. I like that one. I don't think much of endings, I'm gonna be honest. And a lot of, like, we don't have many endings. Obviously the first one, that's a classic. La 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 la. There's not many endings. I can't really think of many. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna put this away. I'll eat it another day. I'll be back. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Alright. Ah, back to work. What you do? What you do? Oh, it's called Raise. Oh yeah, that's the good one. Papa. Oh, my eyes aren't focusing. I'm gonna lube them up. Oh, okay. No. Can't play the One Piece openings. 1000% can't do that. Like, if I could play you guys the One Piece openings, I would. Can't do that. I think the way I say Sabo is how Koala would say Sabo. Every time I say Sabo, I hear my accent. Sabo. Without fail. Sorry, I keep having a cord. Sabo. Truly believe that's how Koala would say it. Sorry, I keep nearly accidentally pulling my computer screen down. Oh yeah, because her name's Koala. I fully, truly do believe that Koala is an Aussie. 100%. I think it's hilarious because I'm pretty sure Sabo is British and Koala's an Aussie. And I think that's funny because that's like a friendship of the times. A friendship of the times. Aussies and Brits, we just make good friends. I don't know what's going on with it, but we do. Sarah, for example. My Discord mod and my bestie. She's British. British people and Aussies just like each other. The sense of humor. It has to be. Hi, Fusty! Hi! It has to be. So we made two characters. One British, one Australian, and I went, of course they're friends. Of course they're friends. Fosty, don't say that here. There's a lot of Americans. Mind you, if they react to that, then that means you're right, doesn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Aussies are weird because we're like, oh, we're not like oh my god, the word I've lost. Like, we're not like patriots, you know, we're not like, yeah, our country. But I've noticed when someone does make fun of Australia or something Australia does, Australians do get upset, and I quite don't understand it. Because I was like, hey, I thought we kind of didn't care. They're prideful, right? And it's like I don't like hate Australia, but I also don't feel like pride for Australia. You know what I mean? But I've seen Aussies dish it out, and then they can't take it, and I'm like, hello, what are you doing? It's true, Fosty. It's true, Fosty. We pretend to be chill, but we're not. New Zealand's Kiwis, they're actually chill. We want to be them so bad. I'd say that's a fact. I would honestly say it is. Like, that laid-back attitude, that fair-go attitude, that's Aussie propaganda. Oh, Fosty. Fosty, if you're saying it, I mean, you know, if you're saying it, who am I to debate that? You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about how Sanji's home has always been the sea. Because he had the Vinsmoke Kingdom, but even the Vinsmoke Kingdom wasn't a solid, like, set island. It was a moving island. It was a moving kingdom. And then from there, he went to that restaurant ship, whatever that was, that cruise ship, for like 2 years, I think it was. Oh, bye, Fosty! Bye-bye! Thank you for joining. And then from there, he went to the Baratier. He's always been at sea. That's always been his home. Which, I don't know, food for thought, I suppose. It's true though, Fusty is right, Aussies are prideful. Because we don't tend to care about our movies that we make here until they get popular in America, like in Hollywood America, and then we're like, oh yeah, we made that. And it's like, bitch, you didn't support that at all when it first released in Australia. And I just remembered when we had a Australian soccer team, football as some of you would call it, you like European so football, European football. But we had an Australian soccer team. They made it to like the semi-finals of the World Championship or something, the World Cup. I don't actually really know. But suddenly, every single fucking person in Australia knew who they were. Including people close to me that had never ever watched soccer in their lives. And I was like, what is happening? Like, why is... And they'd be like, what, you don't know? And it's like, bitch, none of you have ever watched soccer before. Ever. You have never supported these teams before, ever. Until they've made it to, like, the semi-finals. Just bizarre. I was like, what in the world? It does not happen to everyone, because I was still like, okay. Like... like, so many people that had never watched the sport before and had never supported that team before suddenly were like, yeah, that's our team. And I was like, what is happening? Like, it was just so bizarre. Like, it's good to support the team. My argument here is they didn't support the team at all. At all, until they made it to the semi-finals. And suddenly everyone was like, yeah, let's go. And I was like, you're all liars. You're all fakers. It was just bizarre. Oh, the Olympics, it does do that, yeah. Yeah, every day for every, like, 4 years or 3 years, meh. Suddenly, on that 4th year, yeah, let's go Australia! Let's go Australia! It's true, that does happen. I just remembered when there was this, because Aussies are really good at swimming. We win a lot in swimming. I just remembered when there was this Aussie swimmer, this lass, and she was a fantastic, like, swimmer, athlete. She would win a lot of gold medals. But she was, like, in, I think it was her final Olympics, and it was weird. So many people were saying, like, sports commentators are like, she's past her prime. She's past her prime. Like, she won't make anything this Olympics. It was like, they were saying really cruel shit about her, I remember. And then in that very same Olympics where they kept saying she was past her prime, not only did she win gold, she broke a world record. It was crazy work. It was insane work. Like, that shit you would read in a fictional story, you know what I mean? That's hero's journey type stuff. But I don't remember who it was. I just remember the cruel stuff they were saying about her. Because I thought she was too old to be in the Olympics anymore. Oh, I finished one already. It's only been 2 hours? Karma's a bitch! I should've known better! Oh my god! If I had a wish! I wonder what she's doing these days. Maybe that should have been a One Piece opening. Okay, I no longer care to know what she's doing these days. Thrash, not one of the first artists in gay pop, the first artist in gay pop. She invented that. Ten people just left the stream. I need you guys to know that. They heard me singing that. I went, no. I can't be here anymore. Babe, One Piece opening. We go. It's knee sunshine here. We go! My friend fucking met Jojo Siwa at a grocery store. It was so fucking funny. She just sent a photo and said, hey, check out who I met. And it was just a selfie with Jojo Siwa in a Woolworths. And everyone in the group chat went, is this edited? It was so funny. Wandering around a Woolworths. Yeah, yo. Dreaming. My tattoo artist has started One Piece. I want to kind of believe it's because of me. And she only knew One Piece from 4Kids, and she messaged me and said, I'm like mortified how different this is from the 4Kids version. Which is crazy. I do love singing. Karaoke night hates to see me coming. How does one choose a favorite One Piece opening? That's true. We Go just did something different to me. Like, oh my god, it just gave me so much chills. The German One Piece opening I have not heard, but the Naruto one I have heard. Naruto! Naruto! Believe it! Also, I've realized why, because One Piece didn't do as popular in America back in the day, right? 4Kids was one of the reasons. I've also realized it's because Luffy just wasn't as marketable, because he has a saying, but his saying is too long, and you can't just add it to the end of sentences. Because Luffy's saying is, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. That's great, that's based. And then you look at fucking Naruto's and it's Datebayo. You can just add that to the end of a sentence. You can just say, see ya, Datebayo, you know what I mean? See ya, believe it. You can't do that, see ya, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Like, you know what I mean? You can't market that shit. Good morning, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Damn, sorry about that. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. You just can't add that to anything. Me Pirate King. What is he, an ape? He is Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah, this is Luffy. I'll be king of the pirates. Maybe if you're buying a boat? Like, if you have a bad day, you can go in your head, damn, Datebayo, you know what I mean? If you have a bad day, damn, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Maybe that works, I don't know. Dragon Ball has Kamehameha. You can just say that shit. Like, I don't know if, like, does Goku have a saying? Everyone just says Kamehameha. Gamu Gamu. Hi, I'm Goku. Really? That's the saying? Hi, I'm Goku? That's so funny. Hi, I'm Goku. That is not a saying. That is a greeting. Are you fucking kidding me? Hi, I'm Goku. Famous saying, hi, I'm Goku. Oh my god. Really? That's really funny, actually. And every hi, I'm Goku. But see, Luffy says, I'm gonna be king of the pirates at the end of every episode thing. It's not Gumu Gumu, it's king of the pirates. Like, his saying is king of the pirates, not Gumu Gumu. Hi, I'm Goku. I guess you can't say hi, I'm Goku at the end of every... Man, I had a really bad day. Damn, hi, I'm Goku. Oh my god, you sound like you're fucking schizophrenic. Hi, I'm Goku. Oh. Yeah, Kamehameha is not a saying, but you can just say it, you know what I mean? Like, I can say Kamehameha in any situation. I don't think I can say, hi, I'm Goku in any situation. Oh. Oh my god. That is so not a saying. That's so funny. That's just a greeting. I just crapped my pants. Hi, I'm Goku. That is so, like, it's no eat my shorts, you know what I mean? Mugiwara. Oh yeah, Mugiwara's pretty good. But it's not Luffy's catchphrase. Luffy's catchphrase is 100%. It's 100% I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Like, without fail, that's it. I'm glad. I had no idea that was his saying. It's just not a saying. It's why it's cracking me up so bad. That's like, fuck, he has to say something every episode. Hi, I'm Goku. Yeah, Luffy's second catchphrase is meat. Mina mina baka baka. Time to get your game on. Fuck. Do you not like get your game on? Which one are you talking about? Oh no, I forgot what he said in Japanese. Gotcha! Oh my god, thank you. Oh wow, I'm a fake! Oh my god! It's so cute. How could I forget that? Gotcha! Wow, I'm fake? I'm a fake Judai fan. I still like him as well. Wow, that's so sad. I'm gonna eat some gum and bloat myself. Gotcha. What did he say in the English version when he wins duel? He says that's game or something. Yeah, he goes, gotcha. It's super cute. I'm Goku. That is such a shit ass saying. Why can't Luffy saying be hi, I'm Luffy? I guess that stands how iconic Goku is. That his catchphrase is hi, I'm Goku. I guess that makes him an icon. I need to start saying what the deuce more. Damn, my mum just died. What the deuce? Hi, Crash. Oh no, what? Monkey D. Luffy. God, his name just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Kaizoku ni naru. Sanji's saying used to be Melorin. Melorin. He hasn't said that in a very long time. Like, everyone used to have him yelling, Melorin, Melorin. He hasn't said that in a really long time. Also, question, what the fuck does Melorin mean? I don't actually know what it means. I assume it's not a Japanese word. Does anyone know what it means? Was Oda asked this? I think he was asked this. And then Zoro's catchphrase is, it's cutting time. It's meta. So he's not saying Melorin. Wait, Foily, what are you talking about? He's saying metal. He's not saying, no, but he is saying Melorin. He goes Melorin. What do you mean it's metal? Oh. It's just, so it is just made up. Melorin was in the manga, wasn't it? It was! It was when Robin joined and Sanji was in the back and he was yelling Melorin. Sanji's catchphrase may as well be Mosshead at this point. And Zoro's may as well be Cook. Like, honestly. Anna said the same thing to me when we watched One Piece together. She said, Mel, he's saying your name. Melorin. Stop it. Thank you, Thrash. I think I looked that up because I was trying to figure out what it meant back in the day. Nami doesn't have a saying. She does the berry pose. Marimo is honestly Sanji's catchphrase now. Like, I think if you had to have a list of the things Sanji says the most, Marimo would probably be up there. Guys, what's Frankie's catchphrase? Gee, I just can't think of anything. I just can't think of anything that Frankie usually says. Damn. Yeah, I really have to think about this. I just don't think Frankie has one. I think it's something like cool. It's cola time. His catchphrase is, "Man, I sure do love burgers. My balls." Hi, I'm Frankie. Shut the fuck up. Oh god. Frankie. Oh, it's super. It's 100% super. Honestly, a lot of the Straw Hats don't have catchphrases. Like, Zoro doesn't have one. Sanji also does not have one. Most of them don't have one. I think it's only Frankie has one. And Brooks' laugh is his catchphrase. Yo! That's like the most of a catchphrase we're gonna get. No, Brooks is yo-ho-ho. It's definitely his laugh. Yo-ho-ho! Or skull joke. There's also that, but it's gotta be yo-ho-ho. Everyone can yo-ho-ho. Brooks probably got the most marketable catchphrase, actually. Yo-ho-ho? You can say that anywhere. Yo-ho-ho? It's easy to put anywhere. Bro, Law's catchphrase is shambles. Are you kidding me? I even did the gay little fucking finger pose because I can't help it. You just have to... You have to... Shambles, you know what I mean? Bow, you just have to do it. Bow, it's such a good thing to do. Room. Shambles. Gay room. Oh. Yeah, you have to do it. Mugiwara ya! You have to add the ya. If you don't have the ya, then it's not law. Mugiwara ya. Raise your ya. I wish Zoro's catchphrase was Lion Song. Because I've said this before, that move's name is such a tongue twister. It's like Shishasong or something. Shishasong. It's a tongue twister. Shishisansun, that's what it is. Every time he does Lion Song, that's one of his only moves I remember because it sounds so fun to say. Shishisansun. I think Oda needs to add a joke where a character's trying to say their move name and they bite their tongue and go, ah. Ow! Wait, let me try it again. Nomi nomi nom. Nomi nomi no. Sorry. Oh my god, they hate to see me whip out shambles. There's a it was like a fun little side thing they did. The Straw Hats voice actors did like a VR thing where they could VR as the Straw Hat characters, but Sanji and Robin, I think it was, got switched, and they tried to call out each other's attack names and they couldn't do it because obviously it's not in Japanese, and if you don't know how to say it you're not going to be able to say it. So Sanji tried to say Trenta Floor or something, and he just couldn't do it, and Robin's voice actor was laughing at him. And then Robin tried to say Diablo Jumbe, and she couldn't say that, and they were just making fun of each other. Because both of those attacks are not Japanese. So if you don't know how to say it, you're not going to know how to say it. Bitch, I barely know how to say them. Kind of scary how fast... What, you mean that? Oh, you can't even see it. Law would hate to see me coming. Whoops. Zoro's voice. I mean, Zoro's just good to make fun of. He's just so bullyable. Like he sounds like that to me. You know what I mean? Also, I know every time the voice actors for Zoro and Sanji get like a scene together where they get to yell at each other in character, I know they're eating that shit up. I know they have so much fun, it's nauseating. It's really obvious they think it's hilarious. Every single event that they do for One Piece, because the voice actors obviously go to those, they're always fucking picking on each other. They clearly think it's hilarious. Like, that's an example of actors who love playing their characters to the point that they will embody their character outside of like, being the character. Do you know what I mean? But I think the actor that embodies the character the best, like, just is Brook. Brook's actor, I've talked about this, his voice actor, he's a crazy old man. Like, he's actually just an insane old man. I found out the reason that Brook sings that song about Cat Viper in Zoro. That was just Brook's voice actor singing a song about his own cat. It wasn't like a scripted thing that they planned. He just made that song up already. If there's anyone that embodies Brook the most, it's his voice actor. He's truly just a crazy old man. I mean, I watched a video where they had the Straw Hats at Universal Japan, and I think the first time they opened it, they had the voice actors there to open that event. And they had Brook there, and obviously with his voice actor, he can just pop out a yo-ho-ho like it's nothing. Like it's fucking nothing. It's actually really impressive. No breathe in, no warm-up or anything. Just a full yo-ho-ho. It's really, really impressive. I think it was something like that with the song. I'm full of burger. Oh god. Zoro has literally laughed in Elbath. When he made fun of Rodo, he laughed at him. Zoro still laughs. I'm sorry. This is just such propaganda. Zoro doesn't smile anymore. Zoro doesn't laugh anymore. Bitch, she was wandering around Wano having a hell of a good time. Like... It's just this odd... Zoro's so sad propaganda. He's like stubborn, don't get me wrong. And he's on his toes all the time, don't get me wrong. But he still smiles and laughs. He was walking around Wano having a jolly old time. Until he wasn't. Yes, he can stand to laugh more, but it's this idea of people being like, oh, he just doesn't laugh anymore. He just doesn't smile anymore. Yes, he does! I don't know where this has come from. No, he didn't only laugh. Are you fucking with me? I just said he laughed. He literally laughed in Elbath. He made fun of Rodo and he started laughing at him. He also laughs and smiles at every single banquet they have. Hi, I'm Goku. Look, I'll give you this. Zoro did have more of a hearty chuckle in the East Blue. But that was pre-Mihawk. There's this belief that time skip Zoro is what makes him more stoic. And it's not true. First of all, he's not that stoic. He's stoic, but he's not that stoic. Second of all, that wasn't the time skip. It was Mihawk at the Baratier. Directly after the Baratier happens is when Zoro starts being a bit more, you know what I mean? And that's understandable why that happened. Because Mihawk made him see what he was actually up against in the world. Zoro was way too big for his britches before Mihawk. He was in the East. He felt pretty unbeatable. He thought it was pretty good. Like, he thought he could contend with Mihawk. And then Mihawk made a fucking fool of him. Mihawk did not take as silly. Mihawk took his ability to be openly silly. Zoro is still silly, he just pretends he isn't. Like, Zoro cares so much about looking cool, it's really obvious. But he's not naturally cool. He's a fucking stupid guy. But he thinks he needs to be cool. Well, I mean, you're probably not gonna get stupid baby laugh from Zoro again. Because stupid baby laugh was pre-Mihawk! That was a different Zoro! That was an overconfident bull swinging, slinging Zoro. That's called character growth. Well, who knows? Maybe you will get that again, and it's when he's become a Master Swordsman. All I know is he was a lot more carefree back in the day, because he didn't think he had much to contend with. And then Mihawk went, womp womp. Blushing when she passed by him. He wasn't blushing, he was pouting. He was upset because no one was taking her seriously. Blushing? What are you talking about? Yeah, Zoro's still a big stupid baby. Like, he's dumb. He just tries to hide it. Well, he tries to hide it because he thinks he... Oh, I can't. I have to be cool and stoic to be a Master Swordsman. But he's an idiot. Degree in mathematics. I'm sorry, that headcanon of actually Zoro's a mathematician, it just cracks me up so bad. Because that came from him multiplying by 3. The bar is so low! The bar is so low! I'm sorry, that's crazy! The reason that cracks me up is because it's like, you don't think other Straw Hats on the crew are clearly better at math than he would be? Such as Robin, Frankie, Chopper, Usopp? It's cause he said it next to Luffy. But Luffy's a fucking moron! Anyone can look smart next to Luffy. I'd even argue obviously Sanji would be better at math because he ran a fucking restaurant for years. He cooks and runs a restaurant. And yes, you need to be able to do at least basic math to be able to do those things. It's just, well, Zoro's a mathematician. Bitch, on the crew, he'd probably be one of the worst at numbers. Let's be for real. The bar's so low. I don't know. How do I say this? It feels like, oh, Zoro just has to be good at something else. He has to be good at something else that isn't sword. He's really good at math. He multiplied by 3 once. Oh, God. Sanji does the accounting in Water 7. Oh, fuck, he does too. There's also the part where he's like trying to sum up how much he can get with pots and pans with the money they have after Skypiea. In fact, I even have the thing up. Bro, why is Why is Sanji not called a mathematician? Look at this fucking nerd. New pot and frying pans, dishes, a gigantic mousetrap. And grog! Oh my god, rhymes with grog. I don't know, it's just, it's... Do you guys know what I mean when I say it's so bare minimum? Like... It just cracks me up. Like, if you think he's a mathematician, it's fine, that's your headcanon, but... Out of... multiplying by 3? Seriously? I'm sorry. Big fat smile. Why are they shoulder to shoulder? Is there not enough fucking space here? Hello? Get away from each other. It's maybe he can multiply by 4, but I've never seen it, so I have to doubt that. True. Wife who's like, we gotta get pots, pans, dishes.
Howdy do, boys.
Husbands who like, I can get alcohol. And I can get a beer. Awesome. Look, I stand by. Until I see Zoro doing percentages, he's nothing at math. Multiplication by 3, okay, whatever. I need to see him do a percentage. Like, on the spot. And then maybe I'll give him some credit. But I'm not giving him the bare minimum. I'm not doing that. Especially not when we have a genius navigator on the crew. A genius architect on the crew. Sorry, archaeologist on the crew. A genius architect on the crew, which is Frankie. A genius doctor on the crew. And the guy who can make his own fucking thingamabobs. Like, I'm afraid there's no contest. Clementine, he wasn't blushing. He was pouting. I even have the panel that you're talking about. You've made up the blush.
Howdy do, boys.
I was in the 200s, I remember that much. See? This is nice. Is it always like this? Pretty much. I see. What's her game? Bro, he's not blushing, he's pouting because he's upset. Ah. He's upset because he thinks she's a threat and no one's listening to him. This is the Zoro that's always in my head though. This pouting Zoro. No, he's just pouting. He's just angry because no one's listening to him. She's a woman. He doesn't blush in the anime either. Where's the GIF? What the hell? I have it saved. Either way, you've made it up for both things. Hang on. I can prove it 2 times over. See? He's not blushing at all. You've made it up twice. It's in your head, bro. You're seeing what you want to see. That's such a good Zoro face, actually, before that. That's a really good Zoro face. He just looks so stupid. Oh, I really like him. I like him, he's dumb. What's this woman up to? This woman. No, I wouldn't say Zoro knew Robin was hiding something. He just knew Robin was dangerous. Robin was literally going from one crime syndicate to a pirate ship, and Zoro doesn't trust like that. So he was upset. Like, the whole point of this scene is Zoro and Usopp are like, we're the only two that are questioning Robin. And then Usopp also falls for Robin's, for Robin's, like, charms, essentially. And then Zoro gets really angry about that. That's why he's so angry. Where did it go? I just had it. Oh, whatever. Robin's wrist. Yeah, here it is. See? So now Usopp's fallen for Robin's charms, and Zoro is really fucking angry about it. That was the whole thing. He was pissed. He was pissed because he thought Robin might be a threat. He just didn't trust her. And this is one of the scenes, in my opinion, that shows that Zoro's just not exactly, like, good with people. Because he didn't trust Luffy's intuition. And I still stand by that when Zoro doesn't trust Luffy's intuition of people, that's a bad thing. He should have learned by now that if Luffy thinks someone's chill, they're chill. Luffy's never been wrong about that. Hence why when it comes to Loki, and how Zoro's treating Loki, I think he's wrong. I think he's really in the wrong there, because Luffy likes Loki. But for some reason, Zoro's being really harsh about it. And all he's heard are rumors. And we know he's being harsh about it because Sanji's going, what the fuck is happening? Like, no one's telling Sanji anything. Sanji's as on the fence as you can possibly be right now. If I were Loki, I'd be pissed at Zoro kicking me. Are you kidding me? I'm chained up, gravely injured, and this little motherfucker kicks me. To see if I'm faking it! I'd be so mad. I do not understand One Piece more than Oda. Holy shit. I think I understand it, more than a single-celled organism. But that's probably it. Look, I'm good at I've always said I'm good at characters, I'm fucking horrible at everything else. People will tell me, like, something that happened in the story that's, like, battle-based or historical-based, and I'll be like, huh? I can't remember, like, dates and years in the story. I do wonder if Zoro's going to apologize to Loki. Because I think Loki deserves a sorry. I do think he deserves that. Like, at least say sorry, you bitch. Because he was like, well, if Loki dies here, then he was supposed to die here. And Luffy was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, that's just such a cruel thing to say. I just can't understand Zoro's twisted mind. I can actually, I see what he's doing. There was one time I remember Zoro tried to apologize to someone, and that was Crocus. When they first met him. And he was like, oh, sorry for... It was when Sanji was trying to talk to Crocus and Crocus was fucking with him. And then Sanji was like, I'm gonna kill him. And then Zoro said,
Howdy do, boys.
I'll take this. Sorry about that. And then when he tried to talk, Crocus fucked with him as well. That was such a funny bit. La 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 la. Slow down their image. I was thinking the exact same thing. La 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 la. Wait, Zoro's made that pout another time. It was in Zoro. It was when he was like, when Sanji said, sorry Sanji, when Luffy said Sanji's worth like 2,000 men. And Zoro said, I'm worth 3,000 men. No, 2,000, Sanji's worth 1,000 men and I'm worth 2,000 men, and he was making the stupidest face. That's Rebecca, okay. Yeah, when Nami pats him on the head. Wow, do I really not have this chapter saved? What the hell? I'm losing it. Boom, 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 boom. That's already Whole Cake Island. 816 maybe. No, it's after they... After they meet Raizo. Raizo is safe. It was after that. Do 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 do. Why does Lul look so fucked up here? Hang on, give me a sec. I want to save this just for this Lul face. Why does he look so, like, disgruntled? Minnie usually looks disgruntled, doesn't he? I don't know. He just looks like tired, I suppose. Why does he have extra, like, bags under his eyes? What's going on? Looks cute. I don't know. It wasn't the big panel that I remember it being. Hang on, I'm saving this. I want to keep this. 819. This. I'm worth 2,000. This was so funny. Man, bro needed an outlet so bad. He needed an outlet so bad, but Sunji wasn't there. I'm worth 2,000. Yeah, sure you are, sure you are. I love this because Nami knows it too. She's like, he doesn't have his chew toy. Poor thing.
Howdy do, boys.
Because I remember I was talking to a friend about this and I was like, this is literally just Zoro arguing to the room. Because usually in this situation he has someone to argue with. But they're not there right now. And they were like, are you sure? Are you sure that's what it is? Then we get to Onigashima and Zoro says the same thing to Sanji where he says, I'm worth 2,000 men. So he was waiting for so long to say this to him. Like, he was waiting to Onigashima to say that shit to him. He just wanted to argue with him, but he wasn't there. That's so sad. He didn't have his chew toy. Oh god, sorry. Oh, that made my brain jump. Who did that? Fuck you. That, I silently screamed. It got me. Thanks, thank you.
Howdy do, boys. Howdy do, boys.
Zoro already noticed there was something wrong with Sanji. He noticed that from the get-go. Lest we forget. Remember when Sanji first started mutating in Onigashima and he was like 1 foot out of what he usually does? Zoro said, "What's up?" He said, "What's happening? What's going on?" In fact, where's that panel? But dear God, do I sure remember that. This is what I mean. I'm not making shit up when I say, like, Zoro is very observant of Sanji because they fight back to back. They literally breathe together when they fight. So Zoro notices when something is off with him. Here it is, found it. I'm saving this. Hang on, I'm just putting my files in the right place. Here we are. They both dodge Queen's beam. All Sanji says is oof. But he's like 1 toe out of line. And Zoro's going, "What's up? What's going on?" And Sanji says, I'm just feeling a little off. Didn't say he felt bad, just weird. But yeah. And of course Zoro says that because that's just how they make sure the other one's okay, because they can't be fucking normal with each other. But oh, and then he helps him. Either way, like, yes, Zoro would notice. he notices when Sanji's doing shit, and he notices when something is wrong with Sanji. Because, again, they have to know how the other one moves. They're the wings, right? They have to work in harmony to be able to be the wings. So they notice when the other one is feeling weird. Or when the other one is feeling different. Thank you, Botskun. Nice to see you here. Look, one of my favorite examples of how them fighting on the battlefield with each other, it boosts their morale when they're fighting back to back. An example of that is Onigashima. Zoro was on the rooftop with Luffy, Kaido, and the rest, right? Big Mom, Law, Kid, Killer. Zoro got his ass handed to him. Like, there's multiple things going on there. One of them is Zoro just should not have been up there, right? He was up there to follow Luffy up there, right? He wanted to help Luffy, but he got his ass handed to him because that wasn't his place to battle. And I know that's a controversial thing to say, but it's true. Otherwise, why would he get his ass handed to him and then have to go downstairs, right? So he got his ass handed to him, and then Sanji's the one who has to help him, pick him up, carry him around, get him to Chopper. And then Sanji has to fight King and Queen by himself for a good amount of time. And it's stressing him out. No, Zoro accomplished a lot on the rooftop. I'm going to be honest with you, a lot's a stretch. But he had accomplishments on the rooftop, yes. But that wasn't his place to fight, is my argument. Again, I'm not saying Zoro's weak. I'm saying that that simply wasn't his battle up there. And this is a fact because his battle was with King. It wasn't with Kaido. Kaido was Luffy's battle, not Zoro's battle. To the point that Luffy even said, "Law, Zoro, go downstairs." Like, yes, he did do things on the rooftop, but that wasn't his place to battle in Onigashima. It just simply wasn't. That was Luffy's place to battle, right? So, either way, my point is, Zoro, like, did all he could on the rooftop, but it just wasn't his place. Kaido was a lot of people's battle, yes, but again, Zoro got his ass beaten by Kaido and then went to fight King and won. Again, his place to fight was not with Kaido. It was against King. Like, oh, thank you for the sub, Ramphis. Hello. Again, I'm not saying Zoro's weak. I'm saying that just wasn't his fight. His fight was against King. It's just how it is. And I don't know why this is a controversial thing to say, because that's literally how Onigashima played out. That's how the story went. He tried to go up against Kaido with Luffy and the rest. He got his ass handed to him. He had to go fight King instead because that was his battle. It's just what it is. His captain had to take care of the big dog because that's the captain. That's how it is. So then he goes downstairs, right? And he fights the guy who literally has his own metaphorical wing, which is Queen. King and Queen. Why do you think that when Zoro got back up, and yes, he was feeling better, he got back up and he had that moment where he did that double fucking move with Sanji? Because when those two are fighting together, they are unstoppable. This! Marco even says it's time for the stars to take the stage. And what I was trying to say with this whole thing is the whole time Sanji is taking on King and Queen, he's yelling, "Zoro, get up!" He's saying, "Hurry up, get up," because he needs Zoro there to fight with him. Those two know that when they fight together, or when they take on opponents together, back to back, they are fucking unstoppable. That's why they're the wings. They quite literally complete each other in battle. There's a reason one fights with his upper body and the other one fights with his lower body. In every single way, they foil each other. They are the wings of the Pirate King. Oh my god, I'm not saying Zoro didn't have to be on the rooftop. I'm saying at the end of the day, that wasn't his place to battle. Yes, he helped. I'm not saying he didn't help. You're missing the point. And I feel like you're purposefully missing the point. Yes, Zoro did things on the rooftop. That wasn't his battle, though. His battle was with King. This is fucking proof enough that he got back up feeling better than ever and his opponent was King. Yes, he helped on the rooftop. Of course he did, but that simply wasn't his place of battle. He did his best, okay, but that wasn't his place of battle. I'm not saying Zoro was useless on the rooftop. He did a good amount on the rooftop. Yeah. That just wasn't his battle. Exactly, it wasn't the end game. It was a showing of the worst generation and the old generation, which was the Emperors and then the worst gen. And then that was that. That was Zoro's point there. And then he had to go back and actually battle who he had to battle, which was King. Like, again, I'm not saying Zoro didn't do anything, and I feel like I'm being purposely taken out of context here or misconstrued here. I'm saying that simply wasn't his place of battle. That's why he ended up going against King. So it's like, my point is that these two, they are made to fight together. Also, thank you for the sub, Anonymous. Yep, slicing Kaido with Oden's sword was also important. Exactly. So there were things that Zoro had to do on the rooftop, but it wasn't his place of battle. And it's shown full point what his place of, like, where he's supposed to battle, what his battle is, when he gets up and he does this. Again, you're not hearing me. I know Luffy needed someone to protect him, but Law and Kid and Killer did that too, did they not? I'm not saying Zoro was useless on the battlefield. You are purposefully nitpicking here. I know, but I'm saying that wasn't his place of battle. Can you at least acknowledge that? Like, why are you nitpicking my words here? It's clear as day that Zoro's place was not on the rooftop. Yes, he did some work. Law was literally the one that said to Kid, Luffy will not be up for another 5 minutes because he just used Gear 4. That was Law that said that, not Zoro. Law actively helped Luffy. What are you talking about? They thought Big Mom, when Big Mom got separated from Kaido, that was after. Yeah. Zoro wasn't the only one helping Luffy in that situation. That's like, what? You're making that up. They were all fighting them all together. And then they realized, all right, we gotta split. We gotta fight Big Mom over here. Luffy said, I'll take on Kaido. Zoro had to go downstairs and fight King. It's just what happened. Oda could take on Kaido by himself. Again, see, this is what I mean when I say, for some reason, this is controversial to say. How is it controversial when this is what happened in the story? The narrative showed, yes, Zoro had time on the rooftop. He did good things on the rooftop, but that simply wasn't his place of battle. His place of battle was with King. Like, it's just, it's simple as that. Again, hence these scenes that I'm showing you here. And these two get up together and look what's going on. They get a boost of confidence when they're side by side. It's just... My point is, I think, again, tons of people don't want to accept this, that Zoro and Sanji, they're the wings. And by being the wings, they're going to be the equals, right? And because of that, when they fight together, they're going to be a pretty unstoppable force. Because they're the wings. It's in the name. They are the wings of the Pirate King. So they get up together. They fight together. They are just an unstoppable force. Right? And that's the whole point of this scene. We see it again in Water 7 or Enies Lobby. When Zoro is going against Jabra and Kaku. And he's struggling. He's really struggling with Usopp next to him. Then Sanji appears and Zoro smiles. And goes, all right. All right. Now we're good. Yet Zoro had to make sure his captain was all right before he did his own thing. But you want to know the irony about that, Ton Popper? He got his fucking ass handed to him! What is the point of making sure your captain's all right if you end up on the floor bloodied and defeated? What's the point? Again, you are purposefully nitpicking my words here. Law and Kid were also part of making sure Luffy was alright. Yes, everybody got their ass handed. Zoro was the one that literally could not move after Kaido got his ass. Law could move, Kid could move, Killer could move, Luffy could move. Zoro literally could not move. He couldn't move. Like Zoro got his absolute ass handed to him. It wasn't everyone. It was specifically Zoro. Zoro got his ass handed to him so fucking bad that he couldn't move after that. Luffy couldn't move after Gear 4 because of Gear 4. What are you talking about? Luffy couldn't move not because Kaido got a wallop on him, it's because he just used Gear 4. What are you on about? And again, Law was the one that said Luffy can't move for another 5 minutes after Gear 4. That was Law! Law was part of helping Luffy. I'm not sure what the problem here is. Again, yes, Zoro was on the rooftop and he did some work, but that simply wasn't his place. And he wasn't up there to make sure Luffy was okay. He went up there because he wanted to fight Kaido with Luffy. And that didn't work. What do you mean Law didn't protect Luffy? Law was fucking actively on the front lines when Luffy went down. You're just making shit up. What are you talking about? What? Are you fucking with me? Like... What do you mean Law wasn't doing as much as Zoro? Law was fucking teleporting everyone around. In fact, Law was the one that saved Zoro, my guy. Law was the one that teleported Zoro downstairs and said to Sanji, you gotta help him. I think I know what's happening. I feel like you're trying to say Zoro did more than Law and Killer. And that's simply not true. I'm not understanding this agenda here. The only point I'm making is yes, Zoro did some work, but that wasn't his place of battle. And it was proven. It was proven that that wasn't his point of battle. Why? Because he got sent downstairs, he had to be helped by Sanji, and then he got back up, and when they fought side by side, suddenly there's a boost of confidence. Because these two know that when they fight together and when they fight enemies together, they will win. They know that. Because they're the wings of the Pirate King. You want to hear something controversial? If Sanji were on the rooftop with Zoro and Luffy, I think there would have been a better chance. You know why? Because it's shown time and time again that when Zoro and Sanji fight together, they are fucking unstoppable. Because again, they are the wings of the Pirate King. It's just shown time and time again that these two foil each other so fucking well, and then they boost each other up, which then boosts Luffy up. I think Zoro would have had a better chance on the rooftop had Sanji been with him. But he wasn't, because that wasn't his place to fight. It was it was against King! It was against King! I don't understand what is happening here. Like, yes, Zoro did some work, but this whole, well, Zoro protected Luffy the most. No, he didn't! Zoro had to be there so everybody could survive. Like, this is what I'm saying. Yes, he did work. But again, that got Zoro bodied. Do you understand what I'm saying? And like, look, at this point we're getting into hypotheticals when we say this. Yes, I'm not saying Zoro didn't do nothing. I'm simply trying to say, like, again, you're nitpicking my words. It feels like you think I'm saying, oh, if Zoro weren't there, nothing would be changed. That is not what I'm saying! Why? Like, why are you nitpicking me? I'm saying Zoro did stuff, but he simply did not belong up there. And the narrative even calls for that. Can we read, guys? You're driving me nuts, actually. I'm not trying to say Zoro's weak. I'm saying that his place of battle was not on the rooftop. Like, I'm not, I feel like when I'm saying, oh, Zoro just, he wasn't supposed to be on the rooftop. Like, that just wasn't his point of battle. Oh, so if Zoro weren't there, nothing would be changed. When the fuck did I say that? This is giving, I love pancakes, also you hate waffles. What are you talking about? Like, I'm not saying anything bad about Zoro. I'm not saying anything would have not changed had Zoro not been on the rooftop. I'm saying that just wasn't Zoro's point of battle. I'm saying he did his damn fucking best, but he ate more than he bit off more than he could chew. He couldn't take it. He simply couldn't take it. That just wasn't his place of battle. And saying that Zoro protected Luffy more than someone like Law did is also ridiculous. Because again, Law was putting in the fucking effort. Like, Law is even the reason that Zoro got away. Law was protecting people with his fucking life on the rooftop. In fact, Law protected Zoro tons of times on the rooftop. I just don't understand what is happening with this argument. Like, oh, without Zoro, they'd all be dead. Okay, without Law, Zoro would be dead on the rooftop. What's that argument supposed to mean? That's nothing of what I'm talking about. Do you understand me? I'm not talking about that! Can you at least acknowledge that his place of battle was not on the rooftop? That's all I'm trying to say. He needed to fight with his fellow wing. Proof enough. It's proof in the pudding. What am I even fucking talking about? I know what I'm talking about. You're pissing me off. Oh my god. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying, guys? Like, I don't know. I just feel like my blood pressure, mate. My fucking blood pressure. It's just the fact that it's in the story and I have to explain it. It just feels like we're arguing about nothing. Oh, without Zoro, they'd all be dead. And without Law, Zoro would be dead. Like, but I don't agree. I don't think Zoro went up there to make sure his captain was okay. I think he went up there to fight with his captain and it just didn't work out. Dude. It's a matter of reading comprehension. Oh, I don't know. It's just, Where did I say that it wasn't a battle that Zoro had to fight? I never said that. I'm saying that his place of battle simply was not on the rooftop. I'm saying, yes, he did shit on the rooftop, but that is still not where he needed to be. It's in the story. His point of battle was not on the rooftop. In fact, it was so not on the rooftop that he got his fucking ass handed to him. And you're saying they all got their ass handed to him. And I'm saying, no, they didn't. Zoro was the only one that had to take a fucking wonder drug to have to get back up. But it's not both the rooftop and King. It's just not, is what I'm saying. The rooftop was a point, but it wasn't his battle. Are you understanding this? Do you understand? I don't know how much more I can simplify this. Like, I'm saying, yes, he did some good work on the rooftop, but that is not where he will, like, that's not his battle. That wasn't his battle. I do not think two points were his battle. That's like saying Sanji's two battles were Black Maria and Queen. It wasn't. It was Queen. Like, Black Maria to Sanji is what Kaido was to Zoro. Are we understanding this? It's just Kaido was not Zoro's battle. I don't understand why how is this not understood? Yes, Zoro's the worst generation. It's like how Kaido was also not Law and Kid's battle. No, I don't think Zoro should have not been there at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that simply wasn't his battle. It just wasn't his battle. It's just that simple. Again, yes, Zoro did work on the rooftop. But it was to a point where that so wasn't his battle, that wasn't his main battle at least, that he had to be sent downstairs. Like, how much more simple can I make this? No, I never said he shouldn't be on the rooftop. I said that that just wasn't his battle. Like, you're making me insane. Yes, Kaido was an essential battle, but I'm not saying that, am I? I'm saying that it wasn't his battle. What are you missing here? What is with this nitpicking is driving me insane. You keep saying, okay, but you're not saying what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not fucking saying what you're saying. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, okay, Zoro did something on the rooftop, but was that his battle? No! You're making me fucking talk in circles here. Again, did Sanji do something against Black Maria? Yes. Was that his battle? No. Are we understanding this? Oh my god, I feel like I'm going insane. Circle piece. Frankie fucking ran over Big Mom. Was that his battle? No. Law injected Kaido within his fucking stomach. Was Kaido Law's battle? No! They all did something on the rooftop, but that wasn't their battle. Oh, again, are we understanding this? I think what I'm trying to say is there are things that the characters did that helped. So Zoro helped with Kaido, right? Sanji helped with Black Maria, right? Even Chopper was fighting Queen for a moment. Chopper helped with Queen. Were those characters their battles? No. They all did something that mattered in those moments, but that was not their battle. Okay? Yes, but again, Tenpopo, you are saying something that I am not talking about. I'm not saying that Zoro didn't have to be up there. I'm saying that that wasn't his battle. You're not understanding me. You were talking about something else where you're saying, but he was a part of the team. Oh, fucking course he was a part of the team. Where did I say he wasn't? I'm saying that it wasn't his battle, because it wasn't his battle. His battle was with King. Bro was a part of the team, but that wasn't his battle. I just don't understand what is being lost in translation here. Again, this is, oh, so you hate waffles. That's what this is sounding like right now. Yes, I understand he was an essential part of what happened on the rooftop, but it wasn't his battle. Like, why is this so hard to understand? Exactly, Zoro wasn't specifically singled out. It wasn't his battle. It was a group tag team that essentially went into, okay, this is gonna be Luffy's battle. Big Mom is gonna be Law and Kid's battle. And King is gonna be Zoro's battle. It literally separated out who would be battling who in that moment. It wasn't Zoro's battle. I don't know why this is... Why is this so hard to understand? Me, Pirate King, I am Goku. I am Goku. Oh my god, I'm actually arguing with a brick wall. It's just driving me nuts. I never said Zoro shouldn't have been up there. I said that it wasn't his battle, and it wasn't. It's that simple. It's silly. It's so silly. Exactly, it can still be narratively important without being their battle. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I never said that Zoro was useless on the rooftop, that he didn't have to be there. I am saying that it wasn't his battle. Like, why is this such an insane why is this not being understood? Oh my god, I feel crazy. People were so desperate to make Kaido Zoro's battle that ZKK started. Zoro kills Kaido started. That started because he got knocked down to fight King and people didn't like that. They didn't want to accept that King was Zoro's fight, not Kaido. This whole thing started because I was trying to say that when Zoro and Sanji fight together, they are fucking unstoppable. And it's proven in Onigashima. It is proven that when Zoro and Sanji are together, they get a huge fucking boost of confidence. And I was trying to say it's proven because Zoro couldn't handle the rooftop. He couldn't handle Kaido's pussy. He had to go downstairs. That's what I was trying to say. And it's again, Onigashima proves that when Zoro and Sanji are together, they are a fucking unstoppable force. But when Zoro and Sanji aren't together, it's rough. Because they're the wings and they complement each other. That was the whole point, in my opinion, of Zoro going downstairs, being next to Sanji and fighting King and Queen. I thought that was the point. That, yeah, this is where Zoro should be battling. This is Zoro's battle. Right next to his fellow wing. Like, I thought that was as clear as day. Strongest Kaidosi in the world. Like, to me, it was made so prominent that Zoro didn't even go fight another emperor. He didn't even go fight Big Mom. Lauren Kidd went to fight Big Mom. Luffy stayed with Kaido. And then Zoro went to fight King, who was Kaido's wing. I just don't know how much more obvious it can be. Even the environmental storytelling was part of it. As Luffy was on the rooftop, Zoro was fighting on the right brain, and then Sanji was fighting on the left. It was literally right brain, left brain, rooftop. How much more obvious can that be? How much more obvious can it be? Also, again, if we want to talk narratively, the fact I have to say narratively is actually insane. I feel like I'm the one that started this, saying narratively. But it's true! It's true! Like, narratively, that is what's happening. It's like when I said narratively, Zoro and Sanji are equals. They have to be.
Howdy do, boys!
And someone said, like, what does narrative equals even mean? And I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe I have to explain narrative equals. Gee, maybe when the narrative calls for two people to be equals, because that's what the story fucking calls for. When you write a story, and in your story, you need equals, you need partners who are equals, because that is what they are presented to be, especially dynamically among other characters. They are narrative equals in every single way, and I cannot believe I was asked, what do you mean? What is narrative equals? Did none of you go to... Oh, I shouldn't say that. I nearly said none of you, as in you guys.
Howdy do, boys!
Sorry, did none of us go to English class? Like... Oh my god, literature's dead. No, Luffy's distinctly above Lauren Kidd because Luffy was made an emperor. Luffy was made an emperor. Like, originally I would have said that Luffy, Law, and Kid were made to be equals. They were supposed to be. As captains of crews. But now the game is different. Because Luffy is the one who was called an emperor. More rivals, but not equals, yeah. But it's just when it comes to Sanji and Zoro, they are the wings of the Pirate King. The wings of the Pirate King. They are always side by side. They have to be equals. Like, they have to be, or it doesn't make sense. No, Kid has Conqueror's Haki. Law doesn't, and I don't know why. I don't know why Kid has it, to be honest. Like, if you guys want to hear something controversial that should not be controversial, because again, this is writing, this is story writing. Zoro got a power-up, and that was Odin's sword, Enma. It was a crazy power-up, right? And then at the same time, Sanji also gets a power-up, which is his fucking genetics of super soldier genetics. They get insane power-ups, these two, at the exact same time. Why? Because they are made to be leveled. You can't give one a crazy power-up or the other one doesn't get one. If you are trying to write equals. Both of them had to get these crazy power-ups to be able to keep working side by side. Otherwise, they can't be the wings anymore. Like, why do you think Zoro got the fucking... Exactly, Ashura, Asura, and Diablo Jumbe. Exactly. And then in Onigashima, it was his 1000 dragon whip, or whatever the fuck Zoro used with Enma. And, extra Diablo Jumbe, whatever the fuck it was called. What's his new move called? I forget. But, they both got insane power-ups. Ifrit, thank you, Ifrit Jumbe. They both get insane power-ups when they're going against King and Queen, Kaido's own metaphorical wings, for a reason. Because this is how you write equals. This is how you write narrative equals. You can't give one a crazy fucking power-up, and the other one cannot just get one if you want them to be equals. No, Alabaster is not an exception. Because you had Sanji going against Bon Clay, and you had Zoro going against Daz Bones. And the whole thing with Daz Bones and Bon Clay was the two of them could literally match each other. Because the whole thing was, oh, Daz Bones is #1. Bon Clay didn't have a partner because he was that capable. That was kind of the whole point. Like... Yeah, Zoro awakened Haki. And then Sanji awakened a super soldier genetics that can just take a seraphim like it's fucking nothing. Do you see what I mean? I think the understanding here is Haki is not the end-all be-all of power. Because the Law stood shoulder to shoulder with Kid. Kid has Conqueror's Haki and Law does not. Like, Haki is not the end-all be-all of power. If he wants to know something controversial, in my opinion, Conqueror's Haki is... of character more than of power. I've always thought that. But people use Conqueror's Haki as a scaling thing. Oh, Zoro waking his Haki in Alabaster? I mean, I guess, but... But Conqueror's Haki to me has always been about character. Because Conqueror's Haki is the will to conquer. Right? The strength to achieve, you know? The want to achieve. It's why specific characters have Conqueror's Haki. Like, Boa has Conqueror's Haki. Boa's had Conqueror's Haki for fucking ages. I never saw anyone say that Boa can beat Zoro. You know what I mean? I never saw anyone scaling Zoro and Boa. before Zoro had Conqueror's Haki. This whole Conqueror's Haki debate is just a... It feels like because I want it to, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, of course all the members of the Straw Hats are equals. But when it comes to the back-to-back, you know, battles that they have to face, together Sanji and Zoro are equals because they're the wings! They have to be. I just don't know why it's such a controversial thing to say Zoro and Sanji are equals. And then you get shot dead. You get shot point blank 10 times for saying that. Dude, people say Conqueror's Haki is the end-all be-all of Haki, and then they call Big Mom a bum. Like, it's so fucking nitpicky, it's insane. I just don't get it. Either way, the only point I'm trying to make is the story told us Zoro went on the rooftop, he was with Luffy, Law, and Kid. He did work, but then he got his ass handed to him. And then when he went downstairs and he got injected with the super drug, he got back up better than ever next to Sanji, as the two of them got a boost in confidence from fighting together. Because when those two fight together, they are unstoppable. It's just, that's how it is. How is that even a debate? Right, they prefer the captain first mate dynamic, and isn't that so fucking ironic because Zoro's not the first mate. And this is why I will remind people until the ends of times, Zoro is not the first mate. I always have to remind people of that. It's just so frustrating because Zoro and Sanji's characters have been written fantastically. Just fantastically as foils of each other. They fantastically mirror each other, right down to their battle styles. As one uses their upper body and one only uses their lower body. Everything about them is so perfectly paralleled, and people just don't want to accept it. Some people just don't want to accept it because of an agenda they have. And it's like, they are written so incredibly well to suit each other. So incredibly well to suit each other. And people just don't want to acknowledge it, and it's so annoying. And of course, another showing of how incredible these two are as the wings is Thriller Bark. When together they tried to move against Kuma, and then they did it again when they were trying to save each other, plus Luffy, against Kuma. Like, time and time again, they're showing that when these two are together, they do good things. Like, I guess that's my most controversial opinion, that Zoro was nerfed when Sanji isn't battling next to him. Like... And you know what else proved it? Egghead! Egghead proved it! When Zoro was struggling against Lucci! And then he heard Sanji say, holy fuck, he's got to whip his ass into gear. And guess what happened? Guess what happened when Zoro heard what Sanji said? He moved. He moved and took Lucci out. It's just time and time again that those two are so good at boosting each other. They are so good at smacking each other to move. And people don't want to acknowledge it. It's just crazy. Zoro fucking locks in when Sanji is there. It's just, it's obvious. He locks the fuck in. It's not even a shipping debate. It's like an actual thing that happens in the story. Like, It's just crazy work. Oh, it's a matter of reading comprehension. Jesus. Six Royal Kings, I disagree. There is no pretty clear vice captain in the Straw Hats. It doesn't exist. Like, I do not believe Oda has made any clear vice captain in the Straw Hats. I think that's simply bias that some people have. The way I see this... No, but I don't agree with you, Royal Kings. What you said is the narrative is pretty clear that Sanji and Zoro together are the closest thing to a vice captain. I don't agree. I don't think there is a closest thing to a vice captain within specific members. I think everyone on the crew takes charge when needed. I don't think there is a closest thing to a vice captain. At all. It's Usopp. But you're right. If the narrative were calling for it, it would be Usopp because he's the one that asked for it. But there is no, like, narrative calling for who could be or closest to vice captain. They all take charge when they need to. That's the point of the Straw Hats. They don't listen to any specific person when something like they don't look to one person in particular at any moment. It's who whatever the moment calls for. So if the moment calls for Frankie to take charge, they all look towards Frankie. If the moment calls for Brooke to take charge, they all look towards Brooke. If the moment calls for Robin to take charge, they all look towards Robin, etc, 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 etc. There is no closest thing to a vice captain, at least not for one or two particular characters. They are all the closest thing to a vice captain. Like, there just simply is no vice captain. It is intentional. It's 100% intentional. Oda has stated there is just no first mate. There is simply not a first mate. Look, all I know is a lot of people say, when I say, oh, Zoro's not the first, the first mate, a lot of people go, yeah, because it's this character. And I have to say, no! It's no one! It's both no one and everyone. They may as well all be the first mate. So therefore, none of them are the first mate. Like, it's just doesn't exist. That is not how the Straw Hats function. They will all take charge when they need to take charge. There is no such thing as a first mate on the Sunny. There isn't a single first mate. It's simply not a thing. I don't know what the obsession is with the Straw Hats wanting to have a vice captain. I really don't. I don't get it either. Because the more I watched or read One Piece, the more I was like, there's not a first mate. It's as clear as day that there isn't one. That Luffy trusts all of them to make the correct decision when they need to make the correct decision. He doesn't trust one person to have to make the decisions when he's not there. He trusts all of them to make their own decisions when he's not there. There is no first mate. At this point, I have to make a who's the first mate of the Straw Hats video? Like, who's Luffy's first mate video? But I guarantee if I make a video like that, so many people will miss the point and they'll comment, oh, it is Nami. Like, you know what I mean? Actually, it's Sanji. Like, I've had it. Oh my god. Do, 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 do. The news crew. Like, we see it at the beginning of Egghead when the shift of responsibility goes to Frankie. Jinbei is taking the helm, and then he says to Frankie, Frankie, you have to take the helm, as he goes saves Luffy and the rest. And then Frankie is the one in command of that situation, because he's the one piloting the Sunny in that moment. He's not going to Zoro and going, Zoro, what do we do? Like, you know what I mean? Do, do, do. I was also gonna say, the parallels with Rayleigh and Zoro hardly exist. This is also propaganda. There is not a single moment in this series where someone says, well, Rayleigh is just like Zoro, or Zoro is just like Rayleigh. They don't even have the same personality. The most similarity they have is they drink. That's the extent of their similarity. They drink and they use a sword. That's it. But that is the most shallow, like, comparison ever. Ever. Like, there is not that much similarity between Rayleigh and Zoro. Like, this is one of the most biggest fandom misconceptions that drives me insane. When people say Zoro and Rayleigh are like, yeah, they're parallels. Where? I see barely anything of Zoro in Rayleigh and vice versa. It's a scar, sword, drink. That's it. But at the same time, we also have Rayleigh loving women being married. Rayleigh is literally introduced saying, I love ladies. I love young ladies. When the fuck did Zoro say that? Are we understanding? I always thought Rayleigh was a mix of Sanji and Zoro. I see nothing of Zoro's personality in Rayleigh. Rayleigh even thinks Zoro's a fucking idiot. Now, who on the crew thinks Zoro's an idiot? Like, yes! Rayleigh even said that, wow, Zoro seems like, Rayleigh said Zoro seems not the brightest. Like, it's just, this whole thing of Rayleigh and Zoro, like, oh yeah, they're the parallels. It's a lie. They're just not similar at all. The only similarities that they have is incredibly surface level. And that's sword, drink, scar. But personality-wise, there's nothing there. There's just nothing there. It's super odd to me. It's something I see all the time, that people try to argue Zoro's the first mate because of Rayleigh being the first mate. And I'm like, how does that correlate to anything? Like, I don't know how that correlates to anything. Absolutely no one has said Rayleigh and Zoro in the story are alike. No one in the story said that. In fact, I think if you compared Zoro to Rayleigh, I think Rayleigh would guffaw. Because Rayleigh called Zoro an idiot. Like, it's just insane. I was gonna say, if anyone's the bigger Rayleigh parallel, it's Killer. Killer is an actual first mate. Yeah, the closest narrative parallel they have is that they were both the first crewmates. That is definitely the closest thing they have. That isn't surface level. But I remember when I saw Rayleigh, I remember the first thing I thought was, wow, he's like a mix of Zoro and Sanji. Zoro for like appearance-based things, and Sanji for personality things. Like... When I see Gabon and Rayleigh, I think they're a mix of Zoro and Sanji, for sure. For sure, that's what I think. Well, here's the thing. It's because Luffy is clearly exactly like Roger, right? Luffy clearly carries Roger's will. And that's why Luffy has a similarity to Roger. Here's the thing. Does Zoro carry Rayleigh's will? No. Does Sanji carry Gabon's will? No. Like, the reason Luffy has a similarity to Roger is because they carry the same will. Rayleigh and Zoro do not have the same will. They do not carry the same dream. Like, yes, there was a similarity between Gabon and Sanji, but Sanji isn't Gabon and Gabon isn't Sanji. What even is Rayleigh's will? To bounce on Roger crazy style? I don't know. You must bounce on it. Rayleigh's will is to just fucking die, I think. I think he just wants to kill himself. I don't know. I don't think Rayleigh has much of a will anymore. Yes, Roger is not Luffy, but Luffy and Roger in the story have parallels. They're supposed to. Rayleigh even sees Roger in Luffy, right? That's the whole point. And the reason Rayleigh sees Roger in Luffy is because Luffy carries Roger's will. He carries Roger's same dream. He carries Roger's, well, not exactly same dream. Oh no, he does carry Roger's same dream. Roger had the same dream. He carries Roger's same dream. He carries Roger's same will. They are supposed to be, like, again, parallels of each other, right? That is not what Zoro and Rayleigh are. Like, it's just not what they are. Rayleigh's bouncing on it. The hat! Maybe if Rayleigh gave Zoro his sword, I'd think differently. But he got fucking nothing from Rayleigh. Like, Rayleigh even barely talked to him. This is just another... Look, there are so many fandom misconceptions that drive me absolutely nuts. Zoro and Rayleigh being similar is one of them. Or Zoro supposed to be the next generation Rayleigh pisses me off. Because I remember when I first heard that and I was like, why are people saying that? Like, I was so confused. What does bro do? The yearner. Who would win in a dick fight? Zoro or Rayleigh? Rayleigh, let's be honest. Rayleigh could body that bum. Rayleigh and Zoro would kiss. What am I talking about? Well, look, like I said, Rayleigh's first line is, I love young ladies. I love young women. Zoro fucking hates women! If I were reading week to week Saboti and Rayleigh were introduced and his first line were, I love young ladies, my immediate first thought would be, just like Sanji. Like, what? Who the fuck saw that and thought, yeah, that's Zoro? Like, I just don't understand it. She's a woman. Sanji didn't goon at his wife. I remember this, Lost K. I remember this because when I saw Ripley, I was worse than Sanji. And I was like, why is Sanji not going gaga over Ripley? What the fuck is going on? It's because Ripley is a taken woman. And Sanji, by God, is a gentleman. He's not a homewrecker. He's not about that life. And I was like, why in the fucking world is Sanji not gooning over Ripley? I'm gooning over Ripley. What is going on? It's because Ripley is happily taken. And Sanji is a good boy. He's a good boy. I remember that so well because I was worse than Sanji in that moment. And I was like, oh my god, I'm a homewrecker. Yeah, but Full Body was a bum. Gaban's not a bum. Look, I'm fully expecting a joke of Sanji talking to Gaban and Sanji saying, so how does it work? Like, I'm fully expecting that.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. We are on the ranch. Yeah, Nami was almost the one to ask. That's my girl. I want Girth to pick Sanji up and kiss him on the head. Just a little kiss. That'd be so cute. I love that Girth thinks humans are cute. Like, I love that she picked up Sanji and went, "Aw, I'd do that, bitch." I'd pick up Sanji and go, "Aw, I'd do that." Two glasses of milk, please. Yes, Frankie was picked up like an action figure. That was really funny. I would squish him like a bug, that's true. That's what I do to him. It's okay, he'll regenerate.
Whack his pee-pee.
Look, I like how Oda writes Sanji because Sanji likes women, obviously, and he goes gaga cuckoo over women. But 90% of the time, the women like him back, which is why it feels nice. Like, Nami likes Sanji, again, not in a romantic way, she just cares about him. Robin thinks Sanji's adorable in like a little bunny way, clearly. Vivi also likes Sanji, again, not romantically. Viola really likes Sanji. The Fishman Island mermaids, they loved Sanji. Pudding took a while, but she got there. And that was so funny. The, Black Maria liked Sanji, by the way. The, ladies that Sanji saved in Onigashima liked Sanji. And, Stussy liked Sanji. Exactly. And now Girth likes Sanji. And I appreciate this. I appreciate this a lot. I appreciate that not only does Sanji like the girls like Sanji. Right, Sanji exploded from Viola holding his hand. People think Sanji can be like a machine, you know what I mean? They think he can be like a playboy like playboy bang machine, you know what I mean? Broke had his hand held and he nearly broke down. Are we serious? Are we serious? He can't even handle holding hands. And people think he's all that. He's literally just a little guy. He's so cute. He has some icky thoughts. He's a bit of a pervert. But hey, who isn't? You know what I mean? I say as I've probably just outed myself there. But you know what I mean. He's just a little guy. Hang on, my little straw thing is pissing me off. I know I am. Amen, brother. Amen. Sanji's so cute. Are you always looking around with men thinking other women are beautiful besides their... What? Sanji doesn't have a partner though. The only time Sanji... Yeah, that was Subodhi. And while I didn't like that, I still say the thing of that was he was sick. Like, he was ill! And even he went, oh my god, what's wrong with me? And don't get me wrong, I don't think the joke was in good taste. Right? I don't think the joke was in good taste, but the joke was this wasn't Sanji. It was a bad joke, but that was the joke. Hi! I'm also glad I'm still doing YouTube. My little straw thing's not working and it's making me sad. Oh well. But this is when people like Sanji could do this and Sanji could do that when it comes to women. I would hug him and he'd die. Like, are you kidding me? I'm glad you like the wig, thank you. So true, Ame, you're always spitting. You are always spitting. Ugh. He's a healthy young boy, and you know what? I'm a healthy young girl. So who am I to debate that? GF memes, I have news for your friend. Your friend simply wouldn't be in a fight with Sanji. Like, he wouldn't fight them. Your friend wins by default. She doesn't even have to do anything. Look, I'd sniff Sanji. Oh! Ah! 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 I'm back. I'm a healthy young girl. I'm a healthy young girl. I'm glad you liked my monkey noises. I hate saying Kuma. Because I can also feel my accent comes out there. Kuma. I was about to say, I have never kept up with anything for 15 or 20 years, but that's not true. I've kept up with Pokemon for definitely like over 15 years. Maybe not the anime, but the games, definitely. And Ame, you've been in love with Sanji ever since. That's beautiful. Ame's been in the fandom for the exact amount of time I've been alive. I think that's beautiful. We are like the generations of Sanji lovers. The will of loving Sanji has been passed down. We need a straw hat, guys. Ame, you get the first straw hat, and then you pass it down to Foily, and then Foily passes it down to me. And then I must find another Sanji lover who is younger than me. My passion evolved so organically. That's beautiful. And now look at me. I'm fighting with random people online every day. This anime isn't stupid. You're stupid. Sanji isn't stupid. You're stupid. I'm using Sony Vegas Pro 17. I'm one of the last remaining Sony Vegas users. And by God will I remain. I not only fight for this art, I create hills of this art that I die on. For no reason. Such as the whales. It is a hill and I'm dying on it. No one told me to make this hill. No one even had the hill previously in their sights.
Howdy do, boys!
But I made the hill and now I'm dying on it. You're a Sanji lover that's younger than me? Okay, you get the hat next. It can't be a hat, that's Luffy's thing. We should make it Sanji's cigarette lighter. So as we continue passing down the cigarette lighter, it gets to somebody's like 15. Or like 10! Here, this Sanji's cigarette lighter of love. Ah, thank you. Surely giving a 10-year-old a cigarette lighter cannot go wrong. I say that, but when I was 10, I fucking loved cigarette lighters. Just lighters. I still love them, they're fun. I'd use them as fidget toys if they weren't dangerous. No, he started smoking at probably 13. 12 is probably the best guess, but I want to say 13 because I don't think it would have happened immediately. Sanji's lighter is so beautiful though. I love the little story it has with it. Do you guys know it? Sanji's own lighter has its own mini story. Or her own mini story. That Oda made, by the way. This is, I'm telling you, Sanji is Oda's special boy. What do you mean even his lighter has a mini story? Hang on. It's really gorgeous. Hang on. It's a WebP file, kill yourself. Oh, I mean, whoa! Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself safe. Why are there so many people here? I guess it's a Sunday. They want to see the crazy pink One Piece lady yell about One Piece, I guess. Alright, hang on. Sanji lighter story. Okay, so before we begin, for those who don't remember, this is Sanji's lighter. So you can see the full thing here, right? And it's a mermaid that suspiciously looks like Sanji hugging her tail. And that's his lighter, right? And Oda made this whole page explaining what Sanji's lighter looks like, which is gorgeous. And apparently, what is it? Oda, like, collaborated with, like, a French, like, creator or something to make this? I don't know if that's actually true, but I think he collaborated with someone to make this. Either way, this was, like, a lot of effort was put into this. And then this is the story that goes with the lighter. And it's so beautiful. So there's a beautiful mermaid, and she's sleepy, and a king and his crew sees her. He peeks over the ship, and his crown falls into the water, and she's sleeping underwater with all this beautiful treasure in a clam. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's beautiful. But yeah, how cute. And it's called Sleeping Mermaid. Sorry, Oda, I shouldn't make fun of you. English is not your first language. Sleeping Mermaid. But yeah, this is the story of his lighter. And I would like you all to know that this was controversial when this came out because this is the same SBS. Oh no, it's not the same SBS, but a lot of this wasn't an SBS. So, the SBS explaining Sanji's lighter was 2 pages long. And the SBS explaining Zoro's family tree was half a page. So people got really upset because they were like, why the fuck does Sanji's lighter get 2 pages of explanation and Zoro's family tree doesn't even get a full page? Was it one full page? I thought it was like half a page. Because it was just the family tree. It might be a full page though. But yeah, it really pissed people off. Because it wasn't, the mermaid story, it was the explanation of the lighter here. See, this is 2 pages showing everything about the lighter. Yeah. I don't even think it was a full page. Unless it had Oda explaining. And then this... Yeah, crazy how Oda put more detail and effort into Sanji's lighter than to Zoro's lineage. This is what I mean when I say when Oda made this, he went, fine, fuck it, here. He said, shut up, stop asking me, like... I mean, I'm with these people. The mermaid looks suspiciously like Sanji. However, that means the mermaid also looks suspiciously like Sanji's mother. Because Sanji and his mum look the same. So I like the idea that it looks like his mum, and that's why he has this lighter. Because his mum died, and he loved his mum, and I think that's adorable. It's like one of the ways to remember his mum. Because it looks like Sora. It's even got like the same color as her hair, which is Sanji's hair. Oh, it's so beautiful. I really, really like this. Like, this art especially. Like this. These 2 panels are really cute. I really like them. Anyway. But yeah. No, it's, the Sanji tax is crazy. Son of a bitch. The Sanji tax is actually, I'm telling you, this is a real thing now. Whoever's the first person was in this chat to say Sanji tax, they're right. There is a Sanji tax. It's really, it's real. Because why in the world did Oda put so much effort into Sanji's lighter over Zoro's family tree? Oda said even Sanji's lighter needs a backstory. I'm sorry, it's a bit funny. It's a little bit funny, isn't it? I don't know how anyone can deny that Sanji is a special boy to Oda. Like, he clearly is. That's Sanji's 3rd backstory. Damn, Sanji, how come you get 2 backstories? Not only that, even my lighter has a backstory. I swear Oda collaborated with someone to make that lighter. Because I also thought it was someone French that he collaborated with. DuPont? Oh, I thought you guys were just saying something. French American. Oh, I see. Wait. DuPont doesn't even sound like a word to me, I'm sorry. I'm surprised no one's drawn Sanji as the sleeping mermaid. Maybe they have and I just didn't see it. Guys, it's Mermaid. Get on it. Get on it. Oda loves all his characters. He just has favorites. But Oda clearly loves all the Straw Hats, especially. Trust me, you can feel when an author hates a character. Because they'd want to write them out. They'd want to write them out, such as putting them in a box for who knows how many chapters. You know who. Shanks slander! No, I don't like Shanks. Oh, that's why you're all here. You're all waiting for the new episode. You've got fucking nothing to do, huh? Favorite non-straw hats? Law. Vivi as well, but she's like mixed because to me she's a straw hat. But Law. I love him. I was just thinking about him. Oh, isn't that crazy? That's so weird. I was just thinking about him. Also like Smoker. Smoker's probably my favorite pig, I must say. Smoked pig. Really like her body though, but I want to see more of her. Wiper, love Wiper. Which is wild that some people either don't like or forget about Wiper. I love Wiper. His story just really got to me. I guess I should say Doffy. He's fun. Buggy! How could I forget Buggy? I love Buggy. Buggy is also someone I think about a lot. That fucking Drake emote every time. Oh, I like Paulie, yeah. I do like Ace. Ace is a character where I don't think about him much, but when I start talking about him with someone else, I'm like, damn, I really like Ace. Like, when I think about Ace, I go, yeah, I like that guy, you know what I mean? I like that sad little thing. Roger and Rayleigh. I fucking love Roger and Rayleigh. My three top favorites in One Piece are probably Sanji, Law, Rayleigh. Every time Rayleigh appears, I just explode. It's like the Super Bowl to me. Rayleigh appears and I go fucking mental. Vivi is the same. When Vivi appears, that's also like the Super Bowl to me. No, I didn't read the Ace light novels because, well, I mean, because I'm like, well, it's not the manga. Yeah! No, Chimney's good fun. The only manga side story I've read that wasn't made by Oda was Sanji Food Wars. Food Wars? Food Wars. The tax was paid. I bet when Sanji got his own manga spin-off, tons of people went, oh, come on! Enough, man! We just got Whole Cake Island! You know what I'm so happy about? That Oda's old Sanji design, that is 100% gonna be canon. Like, I understand that he made that in the SBS, but here's the thing. Just because he put that in the SBS doesn't mean he has to stick to it. He's allowed to change shit from the SBS because it's not in the manga. But Sanji's 40-year-old design was so well received, and it was put in the Food Wars Sanji spin-off. There's no fucking way he can't use that now if he's gonna age them up. And I'm so happy about that because I love that design. I love you, MILF Sanji. Oh my god. No, 60-year-old Sanji, he had a beard braided like Zeph. 40-year-old Sanji, he was just a MILF. In fact, let's look at it again. That's a shit heart. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah, mwah. I'm so glad he grew out his hair. Oh! Thank fucking god he grew out his hair. Oh my god. He looks beautiful. That's my MILF. He grew it out like Rayleigh. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, who said that? Oh my god, who said that? I didn't hear anything. And then here, oh. My beautiful elf prince. My beautiful elf prince. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you, God. I love long hair. I hate when characters cut their hair. So seeing that old Sanji just grows his hair out, oh my god, thank you! Thank you so much! It's not a Sanji one-shot, there are 6 chapters, I believe. And they're all good. They're all good. Sanji in the bad universe, oh, when he's just judge. Yeah, I didn't show his 60-year-old self, did I? This bum. Look, even his fucking chin changes. He looks so good like this as well. Oh! Where's Zoro when he's 40? It cracks me up. Wow, my bias. I don't have Zoro when he's 40. My bias, guys. My bias. What the fuck? I'm looking at a page on Reddit and they smoothened him. They removed his wrinkles? Why did they do that? That's so funny. Why did they remove his wrinkles? Hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm trying to find like a proper image of it. Give me a sec. Copy image address. I'm trying to save it. I'm trying to find a bigger version of it. There we go.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. It's a WebP. I'm killing you. Alright, give me a mirror. Okay. So... What is this Reddit? Why did it do this? I can't even... Oh, my version! And they just removed Zora's wrinkles? Why have they done that? That is so odd. What? So Zora's not allowed to age? Your goat can't have wrinkles? That's so odd. Anyway, here is what it looks like originally. This is what it looks like originally. And here's the version I found where they just... they just removed his wrinkles. What? Why did they do that? Anyway, what I was gonna laugh at is his wrinkles. Because age 40... Look at the difference between these two. Zora's wrinkled the fuck up. And then you... And then you have Sanji with immaculate skincare, right? And it's like, I believe this. Wrinkles aren't bad, by the way. I'm just stating that for the record. Wrinkles aren't bad. But it's clear who put on sunscreen. Like, you know what I mean? There is not a wrinkle on Sanji's face. Compared to this old bum who looks 10 years older. And then you get 60. And there's still nothing! Oh, Zoro. He's so wrinkly. Old and wrinkly. That's so funny. His eyes have sunk. The eye bags, the crow's feet. Oh, that's so funny compared to Sanji. But again, wrinkles, like, Zoro looks hot. Don't get me wrong. This is a hot old man. He does not look bad. It just cracks me up that one of them clearly put on sunscreen. And the other one didn't. Aging immaculately. Immaculately. I hate Luffy's 60-year-old version. He looks like Garp and I hate it. I just hate it. Like, I hate it. He looks great at 40. He looks fucking awful at 60. I know Garp is hot, but I don't like that Luffy looks like Garp. Look at them. Sorry, I'm looking at it. Beautiful. Four to 5 sword style user. Yeah, it says he uses 4 to 5 swords. Anyway. Sanji and his wrinkly old husband. Oh. This is what happens when you don't moisturize, fellas. When you don't put on sunscreen. But again, wrinkles are a good thing. You're gonna wrinkle no matter what. Just live your life, who cares? It's so funny though. It's so funny that person's like, here's my version. And they just removed Sora's wrinkles! Why? Why did he have to not have wrinkles? Look, it's just funny. At 40, Sanji looks 30, and at 40, Zoro looks 50. Oh, beautiful. Pretty sure it is confirmed that Garp is that Dragon is Garp's son, because isn't there the scene where he's punching the ships and he's like, oh, my son not listening to me, grr, and he's talking about Dragon? I don't know. But either way, I mean, I know there's like the belief that, look, if Dragon is actually married into the monkey family, right? And that Garp actually had a daughter, and Dragon married Garp's daughter. I'd fucking love that. I'd love that. Because that means Dragon is a feminist and took the monkey name. It means Dragon said, yeah, honey. Yeah, honey, I'll be Monkey D. Dragon. But I think we can assume with Dragon being Monkey D. Dragon that yes, he is Garp's son. I don't know why Oda would complicate that. Mini mermaids for mermaid. What kind of sea life would Sanji even be? Sea life would Sanji even be? Oh, are you asking what fish he'd be? What the hell? I only know the name of this fish as fighting fish. But wouldn't it be like this beautiful thing? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful Fish World Facebook. That sounds like a really good Facebook group. I like that. Oh my god, look at this one. She's got sparkles. That's a pretty good fish. They're called beta fish, are they? Look, they're beautiful. Here's a blue one.
Yeah.
Thank you for the sub. And here's a blue purple one with purple tint. There are so many beautiful fishes. Pink lady with pink fish. I mean, I don't know what other sea life he would be. If I look up beautiful fish, what do I get? Why am I gonna go a picture of people just holding fish? I'm mostly getting betta fish. This is not a beautiful fish. The colors alone cannot make it just a beautiful fish. And look at this fucking thing. That is not a beautiful fish. That is a megamind fish. Be so for real with me. I know, the betta fish aren't AI. They actually look like that. I've seen many of them. They come in all those types of colors. Like, betta fish, they are just that beautiful. Their mind is beautiful. Top 10 most beautiful fish in the world? I'll be the judge of that. What the fuck? They're not showing the... Okay. Let's look at this together and see if we agree with them. Top 10 most beautiful fish in the world. Oh my god! I just want to look at top 10 most beautiful fish in the world. What world are we living in? Oh my god! You know what? Fuck it. I'll just use this account and I'll keep that in the corner. Red crown-tail betta fish. I don't know. I think there's better out there. Oh my god, I just want to look at fish! Wow, fuck these guys. Never mind, we're not looking at top 10 most beautiful fish in the world. I'll try and find a non-payable one. Top 10 beautiful fish. 15 most beautiful fish in the world. Do you have a paywall, sir? No. Okay, here we go. Cannot believe that happened. I'm actually, like, shocked. Fish profiles. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Are we ready, everyone? The Bengai cardinal fish. No! That is an immediate no. I don't feel beauty from this fish. Betta fish, yeah. Immediate yes. They are beautiful. They're beautiful. Really like them. Blue-faced angelfish. Yeah! They're a bit too, like, sharp. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's in a rush with that angle, with that body. I feel like he has to hurry up and be somewhere. Yeah, too angular. Butterfly fish. Now, I really like the snout. But they're more interesting than beautiful. Do you know what I mean? It's a good snoot. That's Usopp. It's a good snoot, and I do like it. But I'd label it interesting over beautiful. The pattern's pretty, that's true. See, I'm taking into account the whole fish. It's cute. It is cute. I do like it. Yeah, clownfish. Classic. Classic. It's a pretty good fish. Overrated. Overrated, in my opinion. But good. It's pretty. Pretty overrated. Ah! Alright, let's move on. Oh. No, I don't like that one. I like that it has lipstick. I do like that. But I don't like its whole thing going on. There's too much happening here. I feel like God threw this fella in the bucket blender. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure about that. But I do like its lipstick, but no. The discuss. Discuss, okay. The discus. Good name. I really like that name. His eye is creeping me out. Again, more cute than beautiful. But the eye looks like a pomegranate. Begin discussion. Looks like the eye's gonna fall off. It's definitely more cute than beautiful. I feel like it's only taking into account the patterns. And I'm not sure about that. I think you have to take into account the whole fish. His name is Randy. What? Emperor Angelfish? I can't even fucking see where this fish begins and where this fish ends. I like the patterning. I really like the patterning, but I cannot see the start and end of this fish. I suppose that's the camouflage? I'm supposed to not know? Look, I really like the patterning. I do think Sanji should have patterning like this fish. I do like that. That's a good patterning for Sanji. I just can't tell what this fish is. I'm a bit concerned about what this fish is. If I saw this fish, I'd be a little bit scared. I don't think I'd be captivated. I think I'd be a bit afraid. I can't even tell. Is that its eye? I think so. Uzumaki. Ah! Okay, let's move on. This is scaring me. Flame angelfish. Now that's an ace. Not only is that an ace fish, that fish is cool as fuck. That's not just beautiful. That's like awesome. Flame angelfish? Are you kidding me? This is literally the flame design fish. Like, flame design, like, cars, but fish. You know what I mean? Like, this is a good fish. Not beautiful. This just rocks. This is just really cool. Anal fins. No, I'm not so sure. Ah! Our new mod is here! 21 months in your basement. Can you get me a pet fish, please? Bitch, I got you a mod. I got you to be mod. Welcome, new mod. The mods 3 are here. At least I think so. I think Thrash is here. Welcome back, podcast day. That fish looks like a little boy colored it. I think that's beautiful. I think that gives this fish more points. I think currently I really like this fish. This is a really good fish. Again, not beautiful per se, just awesome. What a cool fish. It's only 6 inches. Only. Alright. 15. We've got a lot more. I'm excited. That's not a pretty fish. This fish looks like a scuba diver. That's not a pretty fish. What the hell? Why is he French? What makes him French? Are they in France? New York? They can't even be found in France. You're correct. What makes them French? Maybe the French discovered it. When you fry them. Haha. It's not very pretty. I don't think it's a very pretty fish. I would not rate that fish, I think. I don't rate it. I like its eyeliner. That's probably about it. The rest of it is giving scuba diver. It's giving oh wee wee. I don't know about that. And the white lipstick girl. It's not your shade. We'll move on. Lionfish. Now these fish can look good, but I think they picked a shit photo of a lionfish. I like lionfish. I think this is a really bad photo of one because the colors are really desaturated in this image. But they actually look really cool. This is what they're supposed to look like. I have no idea why this image is so washed. This is this is gorgeous. I think this is a really pretty fish. They're deadly, by the way. They're really deadly. But what the fuck happened here? Why is he why is he so discolored? Is he sick? Who nerfed the lionfish? Oh my god. Anyway, I think lionfish are beautiful. I think this would... Okay, well... I think that would be Luffy. I think Luffy would be a lionfish. When they're actually properly red and colored. He didn't want to look at it anymore. But I really like it. I think they're really cool. It's a little derpy, yeah, but I think they're cool looking. I like that they look like they have eyes up here. Yeah, you can find them in Australia. Anyway, next. The mandarin fish. I'm excited for this one. Ah! Oh, this one fucks. This is the best one we've seen on here. I really like this one. Oh, its lips? Can you see that? Oh, spoilers. Can you see its lips? They're like a beautiful blue. She knows how to accessorize. Wow. No, this is a good fish. This fish looks like turquoise on a fish. Looks like gem on... Like, this fish is a little gem. You know what I mean? No, this is the best one yet. I really like this one. I really, really like this one. Oh my god, stop it. The fish gets Botox. Sunji fish? This would also be a good Sunji fish, I agree. Beautiful, just beautiful. Covered in tiny spikes which inject toxic mucus into anything or anyone who tries to handle it. Oh, bitch. Australia. Yeah, of course we get the toxic fish. Of course we do. Yeah, you're right. Femme fatale. Literal slave fish. No, I really like her. I really like her. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is the best one so far. Yeah, we already got spoiled here. This is not a beautiful fish. This is an interesting fish. Again, the ones with the big kissy lips are interesting. The Willem Dafoe fish. The fish that people want to fuck. From Finding Nemo. My fish got a handle. That's very interesting. You're very interesting. It is. It's an interesting fish. I mean, again, I don't think it's pretty per se. I just think it's interesting. So, not as good as this fella. That's for sure. Okay. Second last one. Are we ready? Picasso.
Howdy do, boys.
Haven't we seen this one already? That name is insane. This is not a pretty fish. There is something wrong with this fish. Squid, krill, and shrimp. The faces flop. The mogfish. The jawline. The mewing fish. It does look like that. It's true. Fish dream, haha. The contour is giving, yeah. Alright, last fish. We're on the last fish. Are we ready? This better make or break the list. rusty parrotfish. I know what parrotfish are. Yeah. Yeah. Now, the coloring is fucking divine, but the face is so dopey. That's a tooth at the front there. I don't know if you can see that, but they have buck teeth. They've got little buck teeth. I know this fish. I've seen this fish. We have these fish. They have little buck teeth because they chew coral. And not in an invasive way, in a way to like poop the coral out and then like help it. It's got beautiful coloring. Beautiful coloring. But the face is so stupid. No, this is not the easy number one fish. The easy number one fish is this fellow. This one is gorgeous. Right to the lipstick. Right to the lipstick. 100% this is it. And I will say, look, I like this one. I will say, even though I don't think it's exactly beautiful per se, she's on my mind. She's on my mind. I'm thinking about her. I don't think she's beautiful, but she's haunting. Like, I like her, but she scares me. But I'm interested. Hypnotizing, yeah. But I am scared. She haunts the narrative. Anyway. So there you go. Amer, was that educational? Did you pick one that you liked? This one's so fucking cool. I hope you found one you liked, Amer. I think this is good for Sanji. I love this coloring. This pattern. It's pretty good. What do they look like from other angles, actually? Okay, hang on. They're kind of a serve. I'm gonna be so honest. That photo did not do it justice. They're a serve. Are you kidding me? They're so vibrant. Look at this. No, I like him. I like him. No, that photo did not do it justice. This is a really good fish. I've changed my mind. This is my favorite fish on the list. I'm being taken into her world. Yeah, I love that. And it's called Emperor Angelfish. Emperor Angelfish. I think that even suits Sanji, that name. That's a fantastic name. I see why it's called that. I feel its power. Bro, Yonko level? I really like it. Alright, I'm glad we've educated each other on fish. Fish. Black coffee once a month. Oh, she's beautiful. Yeah, no, I like her. I really enjoy her. Now, hang on. I'm thinking, what would Zoro be as a fish? Now, Zoro's easy. Green fish. There, I got a Zoro fish for you. I mean, it's kind of yellow. Green humphead parrotfish. We've got it. Here you go. This is Zoro. Green humphead parrotfish. What a fantastic fish for Zoro. No! Hang on, I'm looking at other green fish. Unironically, this fish actually kind of looks like Zoro. Hang on. Wait, is this AI? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to count the hands. No, I don't think this is AI. How sad is that? That I have to check that. Fishes of Australia. A green job fish? Zoro doesn't have a job. He can't be that. It seems they're not... Oh no, they are! So they're called green jobfish. Now, call me crazy, but... I kinda see Zoro in it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you see him the way I see him in this fish? Are we seeing the same thing? The fish. No? It's really angular. I promise this is not AI. I double checked. It's just a shitty photo. Like, this is a real fish. I don't know. I'm seeing Zoro in the fish. I see him. I see a resemblance. What's his tail look like? Oh. It's sharp. It's a sharp fish. 3-fin style. Anyway. Right, spiky. A green jobfish is what that's called. Anyway. Good education, guys. I don't know what his occupation is. No, it's not a first sonar, it's first sonar if it scales. It's a, like, you're a scaly then. Scale sonar. Hang on. Wait, I have a question about all the sword stuff. Why is it... Why do people not think Akainu is the one who's in charge of sword? It's literally a marine subset. Akainu is in charge of the marines. Why would he not also be in charge of sword? Like... Is that not obvious? He looks over everything the Marines do. So I'm not sure why it's even a theory that anyone else runs sword. Because he'd have to run sword. He's in charge of the Marines. I don't know. It just feels like copium when people don't want it to be a Kainu. The regular marine power doesn't have control over them. Yes, but they're still a marine subset. Like, they are still part of the Marines. Do you understand? They are still part of the Marines, and Akainu is in charge of the Marines. Like, do you think sword would exist without Akainu acknowledging that? The only reason sword could possibly exist is with Akainu's acknowledgement. Or with Akainu allowing them to exist. Otherwise, they would not exist. The point is they're technically not Marines, but they are Marines. They wear the same uniform and they wear justice on their backs. Like, it's like saying, well, Garp's retired, so he's not technically a Marine. He's still a Marine. He literally hangs around them all the time and he does Marine shit. Like, if the Marines had to fight someone, who do you think Sword is siding with? They're siding with the Marines. They are the Marines. I'm sorry, this whole thing of, well, they're technically not Marines, that's copium. They are Marines. Like, they are. They're just Secret Service Marines, but they are Marines. Otherwise, why are they wearing the same uniform? Why do they all have justice on their backs? Why do they fly the same flag? I don't know. People are desperate to separate. Yes, there can be factions within militaries, but it's still the military, isn't it? Akainu is in charge of the Marines. Sword can only exist if it were given the go-ahead to exist. Sword does not exist in secret within the Marines. Do you understand? Like, Kobe isn't sneaking around the Marines to be Sword. Sword would not exist unless the Akainu allowed it. Do you understand? I think this is my problem. People are really trying to separate Sword from the Marines. I don't see a separation. They are literally still Marines. They just have a different name, but they are still Marines. And again, they turned in their resignation. Garp is retired. And he's still wearing the uniform and he's still fighting Marine battles. They are still Marines. They are still wearing the uniform. They are still flying the same flag. They are still talking to the exact same people and mingling in the exact same circles. They are Marines. They are part of the Marine organization. Like, they are still Marines. The point is, Sword could not possibly exist. They could not possibly exist. Would Akainu not allow it? Otherwise, they'd be something else. They'd be the fucking Revolutionary Army. Like, do you understand? What's the reason for them to be separate? So they don't have to fill out paperwork when they want to do something. They are essentially a loose leaf Marine. The Marines, all the Marines are, every time the Marines move, they have to fill out paperwork. When Sword moves, they don't have to fill out paperwork. That's the difference. They can just move on a will and on a whim. But they are still Marines. They still serve the Marines. They still act as Marines. Yeah, they just aren't recognized by the government, which, by the way, makes them more terrifying. But they would not be able to exist did Akainu not accept it. Do you think Akainu, if Akainu didn't like Sword, that the Sword would exist? Like, it makes all sense in the world that Akainu is the one running Sword. It makes all sense that Akainu is the one doing that. Because here's the thing, even if Akainu did hand off Sword to someone else, Akainu still would have to be the one to have some kind of, like, boss of Sword. Do you understand? Like, that still has to go through Akainu. He's literally the head of the Marines. Sword could not exist unless Akainu approved of it. I don't know, people are just so desperate to separate Sword from the Marines, and it's really bugging me because they are still the Marines. They wear the same uniform, they fly the same flag, they all wear justice on their backs. They use the same bases and everything. They are still the Marines. They also still consider themselves Marines, by the way. We don't know how long Sword has existed for, but my point is, Sword would not currently exist did Akainu not allow it. If Akainu were currently in charge and he didn't like Sword and he didn't care for Sword, don't you think he'd just say no more of that? Because again, they are still Marines. It's propaganda, in my opinion, that people are saying they're not Marines. They are. They still consider themselves Marines. Like, Akainu, my point is Akainu has to have some kind of ruling over Sword for Sword to currently exist. Sword is not the wild card people think it is. Because again, they are wearing the same fucking uniform and flying the same flags. It's not the Union that people think it is. If you want that, you have the Revolutionary Army. But you cannot say people wearing the same uniform as the Marines are not the Marines. Why would Sengoku be in charge of this? I don't know. I have no idea what's going to change. All I'm saying is it makes the most sense ever in the world that Akainu is the one in charge of Sword. And I feel like people that don't think that and don't want to think that are people that are really trying to separate the Marines from Sword. And again, that's not a thing. They're still the Marines. I just don't understand why people refuse to see Sword as Marines. They are still Marines. They're just Marines that don't have a wait time and don't have world government limitations. That's it. That's the difference. Like, they are still Marines. It makes all sense that Akainu is the one running them. I was gonna say, Sword, we've seen that Sword helps Marines more. We see Sword in action and they're helping a fellow Marine, or a fellow member of Sword, which is a fellow Marine. It's just Sword sails with Marine ships and the Marine flag and Marine uniforms with Marine admirals, and it's like they are the Marines. We have to stop separating. This is actually propaganda. It feels like people are desperate to make the Marines like, see, this is good. These aren't the Marines. Like, they're still the Marines. I just don't get it. If you want an organization that actually helps people, why don't you like the Revolutionary Army? Like, why is the Revolutionary Army ignored in this instance? I don't care about Sword. I haven't seen Sword do anything good. Not for people, anyway. I've seen the Revolutionary Army help people. They captured former Celestial Dragon slaves. Yeah, they're just Marines. Either way, to me, it just makes sense that Akainu is currently running Sword. I just don't know why that isn't the most obvious solution and selection there. But also, as always, if they're running around with justice on their backs, how much good can they really be doing? I don't know, every time I hear people talking of the Marines / Sword, it feels like this desperation to be like, no, the Marines are doing good, they are doing good. And it's like, I've seen the Marines do more bad than good in One Piece's story. People who go, well, Marines aren't the ones, like, murdering people. Yes, they are. I don't know why people think the Marines don't. I watched the Marines destroy a whole island full of innocent people, children included, because they were ordered to. And I'm supposed to be like, no, the Marines are doing more good. Bro, they are turning a blind eye to slave owners and also helping the slave owners. I do not think the Marines are doing more good. I just don't get it, because the Revolutionary Army is right there. The Revolutionary Army is for the people to an extreme amount. And yet people want to try and put the label of good on the Marines. And it's like, why is the Revolutionary Army not what you're looking at here? Otis setting them up to be the ideal marine standard is insane because Kobe's like, sorry Luffy, you can't have the One Piece. I disagree. I think Sword is I think Sword's scary. I think having something like Sword, which is essentially the Marines on steroids with no rules or limitations, is a bad thing. You know why? That's essentially a pirate crew at that point. That's just another pirate crew. But instead of a pirate crew like, I don't know, Kid's pirate crew, they're a pirate crew that have justice on their backs. And they're a pirate crew that have a belief that who they're killing is a good thing because it's for justice. As always, so long as they have justice on their backs, it's going to be a problem. If you are fighting and killing people with the idea of justice, that's an issue. And we know this because of Doffy's speech in Marineford, where he said justice is whatever the victors decide it is. It's a false narrative, essentially. So long as they are wearing that word on their backs, they are a problem. At least that's how I see it, and that's how I believe they are written to be. I will believe Kobe, and I will believe Kobe wants to do good when I see him rip that jacket off his back. That's why when I saw Sword, I did not trust them. The second I saw them, I thought, how much good can they actually do? They are just loose living Marines that can move on a whim with justice on their backs. How much good can that really bring people? That's just a wild military, you know what I mean? I can see Kobe taking the coat off from Mature Flamingo. I can see if he ever has to face Luffy and it's a life or death situation, especially for the world. Because think about it, Luffy would be the one who wouldn't want the world to explode. Kobe also wouldn't, but think about who Kobe essentially works under, right? Because the Marines, their boss is the world government. Sword or not, that is their boss. So I can see a moment of Kobe having to select the justice that he told was right over the justice or the person in front of him that actually wants to do the right thing. I can see that being a moment of growth for Kobe. I can see, because Luffy even said, if you get in my way, you get in my way. And now we're seeing Kobe going, sorry Luffy, you can't have the One Piece. To me, this is a showing of Kobe is being indoctrinated into this system. And it's no... It's no, forgot the word. No coincidence that it's happened the second Kobe has been saved by Sword. Right? It's no coincidence the second Kobe is saved by Sword, he's like, I gotta get the One Piece, I gotta stop Luffy. That feels like prime indoctrination to me. He knows Luffy is not a threat. He knows this. Right? So I do think there will and could be a moment of Kobe having to face Luffy and having to choose between the justice he's been told is correct and the person in front of him who just wants to do the right thing. I can see Kobe making that choice. I think Kobe does have a possibility to do the right thing. We've seen it. He has a good heart. He does have a good heart, and I can see him choosing the right path. Kobe's influenced by Garp, but I think that's the point. I think Kobe can be the breaking point. I remember Garp has a horrible, horrible curse of all of his proteges keep leaving him. It happened with him and Dragon. Because he was pissed about that. Happened with him and Kuzan. It's very possible it's going to happen with Kobe. Because I believe Garp is an old dog who can't learn new tricks. I think Garp is stubborn. And he thinks Kobe is the future. He thinks Kobe will definitely be the one to save the Marines. And if Kobe turns to Garp and says, this isn't right, we have to do this, I think that's when Garp can finally wake up. Kobe making it 3 for 3 is when Garp can finally maybe actually see something. Because I do think Kobe has a good heart. I just think he's been a bit brainwashed. Oh. Law is 100% not anything to do with the Marines. He fucking hates the Marines ever since he was a child. Absolutely no way. I'm sorry, that's a ridiculous thing to think. Absolutely no way. Law, like, he fucking hates the Marines. He liked Corazon, he does not like the Marines. Since he was a child, he despised the Marines. Law wants nothing to do with them if it's not Corazon. But yeah, I can see Kobe breaking out of it. I can. Because he's a good boy. He's a good boy, and he has a good heart. And I think that can come through. Law was chill when chatting with Sengoku, but he didn't like him. That was the whole thing. Sengoku didn't like Law, and Law didn't like Sengoku. The only thing they had in common was Corazon. Sengoku even said, I should be arresting you right now. But the irony is, the only person who I can talk to about my son is with you, a pirate. And Law went, well, damn, I'm sorry. Like, Law didn't like him. But he loves Corazon. I remember Corazon was going to quit being a Marine to sail with Law if he survived. He was, like, ashamed to have to hide that from Law. But Corazon was more than happy to give up his position if it meant protecting Law. Drake and Wano, what? The reason Law and Drake have a thing is because Drake fucking hates Law. Because Drake nearly died from Doflamingo thanks to Law. Because when they were younger and when Drake was trying to run away, they got mixed up. Doffy thought it was Law on the ship that Drake was on. It has nothing to do with Marines. It has everything to do with Drake having a personal grudge. I'll be honest, I don't think much about Drake, honestly. Drake fucking hates Law because Law set a warlord on him when he was younger. Either way, Kobe's a good boy. He's a good boy. But the reason I do like Kobe and I like his story is because I feel like Kobe's story is, this is a good boy with a good heart. But I feel his heart's being tainted. I feel his heart and his vision is being tainted by the Marine sense of justice, which we know is flawed. We know is a problem. Because we've seen it time and time again. Look, I think Drake would have worked better in Dressrosa for the Law connection. But I think Dressrosa was already so jam-packed that Oda went, ah, fuck. I can't put him here. Now, I like the moment Drake and Hawkins have together when they're dying. I still don't think they're dead. Because Hawkins' prophecy was if I make an alliance with, like, someone, he had a 1% chance of surviving or something. Compared to the 0% chance of surviving if he made a deal or a promise with someone. And here's my theory. I think that the person he had to make the promise with was Drake, not Kaido. I think in that moment of them dying, a promise has been made, or like a I'll help you if you help me thing was made. And I think that's what he had to promise. I think he read the prophecy wrong, or he moved wrong on the prophecy. I think he thought the prophecy meant Kaido, but I think it's actually Drake. That's my theory. Hey look, Uroge could be relevant in the same way Beige was relevant. We can get a big arc, and Uroge doesn't have to have the arc be about him. He can just be part of it. And Nell showing up in front of Luffy and Elbaf. Ah! Quick! Back into the sky! Quick! Don't let that lunatic follow us! It's like when, oh, fuck. I was gonna say when Moo and Arlong Park showed up to, like, kill them, and then it saw Luffy and Sanji, and he went, ah! You guys are like minions. The moon! We will steal the moon! Yeah! I fully believe Luffy will be in space at some point. I fully believe he's going to space at some point. I don't know if he's gonna permanently stay in space, but I can see, like, his final move or something, like his biggest move, being slingshotting himself into space and then barreling back down through the ozone layer. Look, I hope the final war has Law on the ground panting and moaning and groaning and covered in blood, you know? That's all I hope for. I know it's gonna happen. I love Oda. I trust him to do that. I know Oda's a freak bitch and I know he'll do that for me. Whose blood mill? His own! The arc where both of the finished Big Three manga fell short in terms of writing. Well, let's think about that. Those other Big Threes were not written as well as One Piece. Whoa, who said that? No way. Whoa, who said that? I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. You need to stop comparing other stories to One Piece. I am so serious. This is like a joke at this point. The amount of times I thought One Piece would be fucking dog shit because I thought it would be like the other shonens, and it just wasn't. You genuinely need more faith. If One Piece were gonna be bad, it would be bad by now. I'm serious. If this man can keep an over 25-year-long series linear and good, and everything still makes sense, then it's not gonna end poorly. Like, it's just crazy. Oh, these other manga did it, so I think One Piece is... One Piece is not the same grain. It's not. It's proven that it isn't. Like, it's not of the same grain. Like, comparing Hero Academia to One Piece is insane in itself. Saying, well, Hero Academia ended bad, so One Piece... Shut your mouth. How dare you even compare those two? Are you serious? One of them had not the best writing from the start. Hero Academia's writing is fucking nothing in comparison, I'm sorry. Like, Hero Academia's writing is so mid, I cannot tell you how mid that is. You can see from the beginning that he was lost on where to go sometimes. So many characters in Hero Academia who were in the same classroom, they vanish. They barely ever get talked about again. They're in the same classroom and they never get talked about again. Right? The author himself admitted that he forgot about the spy plot point. Also, why would you admit that? But he admitted he forgot about that, and that was an insane plot point. That was like a huge part of the story. And it's like, I'm sorry, comparing that to a story where this guy has clearly thought out so much of what he's doing is just crazy to me. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Why does Oda have to prove himself every single arc? It's like every arc people either forget or purposefully forget he's a good writer. It feels like every single arc people are like, prove yourself. He's proved himself as a writer fucking 10 times over, and for some reason people still don't trust that he's a good writer. It's just bizarre, and you know why? It's because he's stuck in the shonen hole. Because One Piece is labeled a shonen, people think he can't be good enough. I'm serious, because so many shonen have gotten this horrible reputation, this horrible writing reputation. People think that One Piece is the same, or it's gonna be the same. I have seen how this man writes. He's fucking incredible. He's insane about it. This is clearly his hyperfixation. Like, this is his livelihood, his life interest, to the point that he's been running it for 25 years and nothing, barely anything has ever dropped. Oda has, in my opinion, he's never dropped the ball. There's been problems, but he's never outright dropped the ball, right? So the fact that this has never happened and people are going, oh, but other manga are like this. Okay, but he's not writing Hero Academia, is he? He's not writing Bleach. He's not the Bleach author. The Bleach author admitted that he didn't even like what he was writing anymore. Oda hasn't hit that point. Naruto was a hot mess and we know that. You know? And it's like, why is it that then people look at One Piece and go, oh, I just don't think it can also be good because of what happened to the other ones. What are you talking about? It's its own entity. It's its own entity. Like, stop looking at other shonen and going, oh, but other shonen did it. Bitch, the reason I like One Piece is because I do not feel it's like other shonen. I'd be shocked if he dropped the ball at the end, especially because he said, I know what I'm gonna do. He's been writing this series knowing what his ending is going to be for 25 years. I trust where he's going because he's been on track for 25 years. Like, it's just bizarre. If a man can write linear for 25 years, a linear story for 25 years, stick to everything for 25 years, every single core of his story has been kept for 25 years. Think about that. All the cores of his characters and story has been kept for 25 years. He's a good writer. Like, that's insane. I can go from the first chapters of One Piece to the most current chapters of One Piece and feel that he's kept what's important. He hasn't strayed from what's important. That is fucking crazy. I need you to understand how crazy that is. He's never strayed from what's important. He's never strayed from the core of One Piece. It's just crazy. He's a good writer. Like, just, I'm serious. Stop saying, oh, other shonen dropped the ball. So, bro, it's One Piece. Like, it's special for a reason. Look, if the ending sucks, I'll come back and say sorry. But I trust this writer. Like, I don't think he's gonna end up making Two Piece and Boofy. Bum, bum. Well, he not only can explore his world, he can stick to the heart of his world. And he's really fucking good at it. It's just an unfair comparison because when it comes to the other big three, those authors, a lot of them admitted they didn't know what to do. I read that the Naruto author, for his final villain, he didn't know how to defeat his final villain. I don't know how true that is. Maybe you can look that up. But I read that in an interview. He said, I wasn't sure how to defeat my final villain when I made that final villain. And I remember reading that like, you made that villain. You made that villain. What do you mean you don't know how to defeat the final villain? You made that up. Just make up how to defeat them. Like, pulled the final villain out of his ass. Yeah. It's just bizarre, right? So we have an author that admits they didn't really know where to go. We have another author that admits, yeah, I forgot some important plot points regarding my story. And then we have another author that admits, yeah, I actually didn't really like my story. I was kind of just forced to write it, which is Bleach's author, right? Attack on Titan, I don't know what went wrong, but hey, what can't go wrong when the author of Attack on Titan was a bit odd? Let's just say that. Listen, I know writing talent does not combine with personal opinion of like a person, but Attack on Titan's author is not it. Like, don't get me wrong, Oda's no saint. He's absolutely no saint. But again, Attack on Titan's author he's a mess, okay? He's a bit of a mess. Like, I'll never forget the day that I saw his opinions on Twitter that he deleted afterwards, and I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? So, I don't know what happened with Attack on Titan, but I remember after finding out what I found out about the author, I was thinking, yeah, this couldn't have gone any other way. What did he do? Wow, it's just, to me, it's insane that people don't know this. He basically made a tweet. He made a ton of tweets. This was back in, I think, 2013. And again, I saw this in real time. I saw it in real time. And it's crazy that this is something people don't know now. He basically made a ton of tweets that was talking about World War II. A bit risky. And he was talking about South Korea again. Bit risky. And he basically was like, South Korea actually should thank us for what we did during World War II. Something, we helped their population because of... Guess what? It was bad. Guys, I'm serious. Look it up. I'm serious. You need to look this shit up. He said some insane fucking shit. And I remember this so well because I remember I followed some South Korean artists who were making animatics of Attack on Titan, and he said all this shit, and immediately every South Korean Attack on Titan fan said, we can't support this shit anymore. Look up Attack on Titan author South Korean tweets. You'll immediately get it. It's horrible. It's just horrible. So when I saw that he said that shit, and then I saw how he wrote Attack on Titan, I was like, this could not have gone any other way. Like... I was thinking this could not have gone any other way. It was bad shit, guys. It was bad shit. I'm actually shocked people don't know anymore. Like, I can't believe this got buried. This is why, you know how there's all this shit of like people saying Attack on Titan is like military propaganda, pro-war propaganda? That's where this comes from. And it's not baseless. It's not baseless, and it's not being pulled out of anyone's ass. It's because of the shit that he said back in like 2014 about World War II. It was awful. This is why when I talk about Attack on Titan and I think about the ending and I think about Eren, and I'm like, on paper, Eren is a good anti-hero. On paper, Eren is a character where it's like, yeah, disagreeing with him and not liking him and what he's doing, yeah, like, I can see how this can be thought-provoking, but because I've seen what the author has said about some things, I'm not sure what the author's intention is. And it scares me a little bit. Like, I don't know if the author is writing Eren to be someone we disagree with. I genuinely don't know, because I've now seen into the author's brain, and I'm not sure if he's writing Eren as someone we should be sympathizing with or someone we should hate. I just don't know, genuinely. Like, I don't know if what happened at the end of Attack on Titan with the rumbling is something that we should see as a catastrophe or something we should see as, but Eren had to do it. Like, I just don't know. Because of how the author spoke. The author of Attack on Titan never had a Twitter. Yes, he did.
Yeah!
Maybe not Twitter, maybe it was a blog account. But he definitely said it. He had a private Twitter account. Apparently. Oh, it's private now. Okay. Sorry, it's just... But yeah, this is why when people talk about Attack on Titan in this way, it's for this reason. Also, he named one of his commanders after... One of his, like, good commanders, by the way, after a, like a war criminal. A Japanese war criminal. Pixis. Pixis was presented as a good guy. Which is why people are, like, confused. Like, it's not baseless. It's not baseless shit. It was people genuinely being like, I don't know what the message is here, and I don't know what you're trying to say. Like, I'm mixed on Attack on Titan. I don't know what he's trying to say. Simply because I'm not sure what the author's trying to present. Because we can have a critical conversation about it. And we can talk about how we think Attack on Titan's ending, what it meant, you know? But, again, I'm simply not sure what the intention was. But see, Nocton, that's what I'm saying. So you interpret it like that, but I don't know what the author is trying to say, because I personally feel that he has a different message that he's trying to display. I wouldn't be surprised if he is trying to elicit some empathy for us, for Eren. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is a message of, no, the rumbling was for a greater good. That's what I'm saying. And yes, I understand that's what the death of the author is for, and I feel that. But that's why when people talk about Attack on Titan, it's incredibly divided. Incredibly divided. And why some people hate the ending. Because some people are seeing an ending where it's saying, no, this was a necessity. And of course, that's something that everyone agrees with. Either way, it's like, I believe in death of the author. If you like Attack on Titan, you can like Attack on Titan. That's absolutely fine. I just think it's important to be aware of author intention as well. I believe in death of the author, and you should know of author intention, right? So you should know of author intention, and then you can decide for yourself how you see the story. But I think author intent is still important. Like, I can still critically look at Attack on Titan's ending and say, well, this is how it felt to me. While also looking at the author and saying, but what did you want me to see? And I found on Wikipedia, Isayama's posts were criticized in South Korea, and some Koreans subsequently accused his manga of supporting Japanese right-wing politics. 2015, the Chinese Ministry of Culture listed Attack on Titan as one of the 38 anime manga titles to be banned in China. The 38 anime manga titles to be... What are the 38? Hang on. What else is on that list? Terror and Resonance, that's not surprising somehow. Sword Art Online 2 is on this list. What the fuck happens in Sword Art Online 2? One Piece isn't on the list. But yeah, there's a whole rabbit hole here. So apparently what it was a private account that then got removed. Hence why people think he had no Twitter. It just wasn't a public one. But there you go. Anyway, you can like Attack on Titan. I've always believed that you are not a bad person for the media you consume. Never. So even if you know these things about Attack on Titan, you can still enjoy it. I think it's just important to be aware. Do message on OP. But yeah, Attack on Titan, look, Attack on Titan's ending being the way it was, because I personally am not about it, simply because I personally was not a fan of Eren as a character, especially not at the end. It just felt like it was a bit too sympathetic, or trying to be sympathetic, like, Eren, thank you. Like, what the fuck? It was odd to me, and I think that's why a lot of people had a bad taste in their mouth. They had a bad taste in their mouth. And that's why a lot of people argue they did not like that ending. Which is, in my opinion, fair. I think that's a very fair reason to not like the ending. And what's even more fucked up? You want to know what's even more fucked up? When I talked to some friends about that back in the day, and I was like, dude, Armin thanked him. Armin thanked him for like what he's doing and what he's about to do. And my friend said, but he had a reason. That's the issue with it. That's the issue with it. The issue with it is I will tell people, bro, Armin thanked him, and some people will say, but he thanked him for a reason. That's the issue. And hence why I'm a bit stuck on how to feel about this. Like, this is the problem I have. And this is why it's like, you can like the ending of it, but there's a reason so many people didn't. Because it left a horrible taste in some people's mouths. Mine included. I felt really off about it. Look, I think Attack on Titan's a good read. I'll be honest with you guys, I think it's a good read. I don't think it's as good as people say it is, but it's a good read. Nocturne, no one without exception is a good person. Yes, if someone is committing genocide, about to commit genocide, or like they're doing this, why would you ever thank them? I understand your nuance. The issue is I don't like that interaction. I don't like it. There can be nuance here, yes, but I hate that interaction. And especially after reading One Piece and seeing the whole point of One Piece, any of these deaths are for nothing. All of these deaths are absolutely for nothing. There's no point to any of these killings. It just feels like it's totally blind, like, with that ending and what it's trying to do. Like, I'll be honest, One Piece is definitely something that made me go back at Attack on Titan and go, what the fuck was that? Like, I'll be honest, One Piece kind of revolutionized me. It just felt off. Thank you for being a mass murderer for our sake, and I wanted to be obsessed with me for 10 years at least. Yeah. It's not... it's just... There's nuance, and then there's... This is weird, and this kind of sucks. Like... Again... Like... Your opinion is you actually kind of like the ending, but do you see why it's a controversial opinion? Like, do you see what I mean? Because you even said, oh... I actually liked it, and that's like a controversial thing. This is why it's a controversial thing to like it. Because so many people read that and went, that just felt bad. Like, and this is the reason. Oh yeah, Mikasa. I absolutely hate Mikasa's story. She's such an incel fantasy character. She is just such an incel fantasy character. A woman who's totally obsessed with men, and he kind of honestly does nothing to deserve it. Even when he's dead, she just can't move on. She's even like, what, genetically wired to be obsessed with him and follow him or something? It's like, I forgot what that plot point was. But she's such an incel created character. I'm sorry, I cannot with her. Like, Mikasa just had no character outside of Eren. It was just so sad to me. Well, you see, Foily, Mikasa can fight. That's her character. She can fight. So because she can strong and because she can strong and she can fight, she has muscle. That means she's got a personality. That's the difference. And the fact it ends with Mikasa still, like, being obsessed with Eren. There's a lot about Attack on Titan, especially about the ending, that I was like, ugh. Look, all I'll say is that there's a huge reason that it got the bad rep that it did, because it, in many parts, it deserved that. Like, the ending just, it did not go down very well because it just was not written very well by the end.
Howdy do, boys.
But hey, if you liked it, you like it, but just know these are the reasons why people felt iffy about it. Because at first I thought people were doing that thing where popular media ended, so now everyone has to complain about the ending, because that's also a thing, right? And then I read it and I was like, oh. I was like, oh, they're not complaining for nothing. I will say, Hero Academia's ending was so fucking funny. And then he added the next chapter that made it better. But the original ending was the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, Emma, go ahead. I wouldn't say Hero Academia's ending was beautiful. I wouldn't say that. Especially not with Dabby and the thingamajig. But the original ending was funny because it was like, wow, Deku lost all his powers. And all his friends barely talked to him for all these years. And kind of only Bakugo wanted to get in that suit. It just felt really odd. The addition made it a lot better, I'll say that. I still don't think it was a great ending. Wait, so Ahmed, what am I looking at? Marine Revs, Cypher Pole, Sword, and then Pirates, Revs, Warlords, in with Marine. Look, I can see why Revs are part of Pirates and Marines. Because Revs started because the Marines sucked. Ah! Maybe the Revs should be its own bubble though. Wait, is this part of them or is this just like causation? Do you know what I mean? I'm actually not too sure what I'm looking at here, I'll be honest. How they bleed into each other. Alright, I can fuck with that. Oh my god, I lost an eyelash. What the fuck? Fucked up! Oh my god, hang on. But also, Hero Academia's ending was destined to be mid because the series was mid. And by that I mean, this guy clearly didn't understand the system he was making. Hero Academia ended with kind of nothing changed. Like, kind of nothing changed, right? Just, heroes still exist. Villains still exist. Maybe one person is doing something, Uraraka, but barely anything changed. It wasn't a very good ending, in my opinion, because it was still like, things were cooked. Like, in my opinion, heroes should not have still existed. Because heroes were the cause, one of the causes of the problem. It was like even said by the villains, essentially, that the system has failed them. And the system works for the heroes, essentially, and it ruins them, their lives. And it ends with there are still like super cops everywhere. I just don't think it was the best, like... I think the author didn't know what to do with the world system that he set up. I honestly don't. I think he made this complicated societal issue and then he didn't know how to solve it. At least that's my opinion.
Howdy do, boys!
I mean, I always had an issue with Hero Academia simply because, you had a guy like Bakugo. They talked about like, oh, if you have like a scary quirk. If you have a scary quirk, right? Sorry, focusing. It was like, if you have a scary quirk, then you're immediately labeled a villain because of your scary quirk. Bakugo's quirk was explosion. His quirk was exploding whenever the fuck he wanted. Why was he not seen as terrifying? Why did kids think that was cool? He was seen as like the ace of his class when he was in middle school. I would be terrified of him. I'd be so worried he'd just explode in the classroom, right? But because the author deemed that that's a cool quirk, everyone thinks it's a cool quirk. And it's wrong. He's an exploding man. I would genuinely be horrified to be in a room with him if he can just explode. And I always thought there'd be a fantastic story. There'd be a fantastic story you can do there with Bakugo of he's fighting a villain and due to fighting the villain, he sets off his quirk. His quirk is too powerful and collateral damage. Civilians get hurt because his quirk is literally bomb, explode, and he can't exactly control that properly as a teenager, right? And then from there, that begins the spiral of, am I a hero or am I a villain? What makes me a hero and what would make me a villain? Is it my quirk? I killed innocent people. I killed innocent people and one bad guy, but I mostly killed innocent people because of my quirk. Because the issue that Hero Academia had was your quirk was deemed bad if you did something bad with it when you were little and you could not control it. When Bakugo was little, he could set off explosions. How did that not hurt anyone? And I always thought, if Bakugo had this moment of, oh fuck, I accidentally hurt people, that could then send him spiraling to, what if I hurt people when I was younger? Or what if he did hurt people when he was younger? By accident, Deku, his parents, friends, anybody, right? And then that explosion that he set off when he's a teenager makes him spiral and go, oh my god, I am as bad as my quirk makes me. I am a villain because my quirk makes me. Because Bakugo out of anyone had a quirk that was so fucking terrifying. It's a fucking bomb. He's a walking bomb. That's the whole thing. He wears grenades on his goddamn body. But it was never explored. It was never truly explored what can really make a bad quirk and what can really make a good quirk. Because it should be what you make of the quirk. And that was the point of, what's his name? The fella that can mind control you. That was kind of the point of him. He kind of got left in the dust, right? Left in the dirt. But
it feels like at the end of Hero Academia, it's all the same. That it's still, your quirk is what makes you. If your quirk is bad, you were bad. If your quirk is good, you were good. Barely anything changed. Because Bakugo's quirk was deemed good, he was just good. Even though the quirk he had could have absolutely harmed people when he was younger. And he feels like a walking plot hole to me of like, how is this exploding kid a hero without anyone questioning it? How is no one looking at his quirk and quirk shaming him? Why are they not quirksist to this kid for his exploding quirk? And it was things like that that made me look at this series and go, I feel like not enough thought has been put into this. I feel like a lot of this series is just because it's cool. Like, it could have been so easy to make Bakugo a character like that. And then have Bakugo bully Deku because he's envious of this kid literally having no quirk, therefore not being able to hurt anyone. Right? Like, Deku, you were born totally inoffensive. You are not made anything by anyone because you don't have a quirk. I feel like I'm evil all the time because of this quirk I have. And it scares me, you know? I just feel like there wasn't enough of that. But whatever. Maybe I should have written Hero Academia. Sorry, I had to put my eyelash back on. I'm hot, I'm hot, I'm hot. I'm sweating up a storm. Ah! I've been burst. Why did that pull up, I wonder? Well, how the story should go is people should not be defined by their quirks. Because heroes exist in Hero Academia's world, it creates a societal gap. Again, this was explicitly stated in the series. The villains, the hand guy said this. He was like, because of the heroes that exist and because of my quirk, I am looked down on. I am looked down on because of what I have and what I am. I can't be a hero because I've already been born the villain. Heroes in this world were pushing villains to exist. That was the point. And then nothing changed. There are still heroes. And it's like, I don't think there should be heroes. I don't think there should be hero schools. I don't think there should be super cops in this world. But we have to end it with yay, happy heroes. And all the villains die. It just feels like it brought up societal questions in its own world and then never answered them and just went, anyway, back to the status quo. Oh! With one thing changing, let's open a mental hospital. Okay, that's a good step, but is this really the happy ending? You know what I mean? It's a happy ending for fucking Deku, but what about Dubby and the thingamabob? Oh god. But yeah, look, my biggest problem was mainly the differentiation between good and bad quirks. It felt like it was absolutely all over the place. A lot of the times I could not pick what made a good quirk and what made a bad quirk because I don't think he established that well. The establishing of good and bad quirk was, have I hurt someone or killed someone in my youth with this quirk? And again, I'm looking around at the people with quirks who are called good, and I'm thinking, as if you didn't hurt someone with that quirk. Like, are you saying that Bakugo, if he just hurt someone with his quirk, he'd be on a totally different path when he was a kid? You know what I mean? If he, as a kid, just exploded in front of his mum, he'd be on a totally different path. Oh man, that's so beautiful. You should tell that to Sanji. Yes, bad quirks make you appear inherently evil. Why is an explosion quirk not part of that? This is my issue. I didn't know what was inherently evil. I don't think that was elaborated enough. Because again, I'm looking at literal bomb kid. Kid who is a walking bomb, and he is somehow not inherently evil. I would think a kid who is a walking bomb is evil. His outfit has grenades on it. Like, I don't see that as something cool. Again, I would not want to be in a room with Bakugo. Same with fire. Yeah, fire is fucking scary. Or guy who can remove your quirk when he looks at you. Are you kidding me? How the fuck is... I know the whole thing with Aizawa was like, oh yeah, I see myself in that kid. But that was barely addressed too. That quirk is terrifying in a world where a quirk makes your identity in person. How is he not labeled a villain with that immediately? And it's like, there's like a whole thing of, yeah, he had to go through some things, you know? And? Like, has much changed for him? I just don't know. Well, look, I have an issue with Hero Academia also because he had a character bloat problem. And I know that I always say this, I know that's ironic because One Piece, but the thing with One Piece, and yes, sometimes Oda has that too. He had that with Dressrosa. But the thing with One Piece is it's a world where people separate all the time. And by that, I mean Luffy can meet tons of people, but then they separate. They go their separate ways on a ship. And whether we come across them or not, again, that's fine. But at the end of the day, Oda's created a world where you can introduce a fuck ton of characters because you're introducing a whole world, right? He's making his world feel lived in for a reason. And he's making it so you can separate and meet up with any of these characters again at any time. And it's not weird to not see a character for years at a time because they're all on different journeys. Hero Academia had an issue because he'd introduce a fuck ton of different characters and they'd all be in the same school. Sometimes in the same class. One of the main characters of the beginning of the series, Ida, that was his name, right? Where the fuck did he go? He was relevant. He has stopped being relevant at some point. And I know he's there because he's in the same goddamn classroom as the rest of these characters. And there was a real issue with character bloating because his world, in my opinion, did not lend itself to character bloating because he kept introducing students in the same building. And it was like, where'd he go? You know what I mean? What's going on? Where are they? I know they're in that classroom. Look, one of the times that I was like, this show is wasting my time was when Todoroki used his fire, and it was so unrewarded. It was so unrewarded. I genuinely was not expecting him to use his fire at all. I was expecting Todoroki and his fire to not be something for ages. I was expecting Todoroki to be incredibly stubborn about it. Because this fire is his father, his abusive father that he absolutely refuses to be. Suddenly he uses his fire in a sporting event, which is absolutely insane. And then suddenly he doesn't seem to spite his father anymore. I'll never forget when he like joined his father for the hero program, like the interning hero program. And he was like, well, he is still the #2 hero. I thought the whole point was you didn't want to be your abusive fucking dad. And now you're just coattailing him? Again, that's an example of, I feel like the author didn't know what to do here. It feels like he wanted the cool moment with the fire and he just rushed it. Like, I would have saved Todoroki's fire for a life or death situation. Not a school tournament, mate. He should have lost the school tournament because he didn't want to use his fire. And that was a showing of just how fucking much he hates his dad. He will lose a tournament so long as it means not having to use that power. And then when he's in a life or death situation, the fire comes out on instinct to save his life, and then he hates himself for that. He didn't, like, even mean to use the fire, right? It's instinct. Because he's about to die, so the power just comes out to save him. And then he hates himself because he used his father's power, his abusive father's power. That is a much better writing line than school tournament. He just uses it. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Like, I remember watching that and going, this does not feel like a reward. This does not feel deserved. It really pissed me off because I was like, really, a school tournament? Ridiculous. Todoroki is another character that got sidelined, by the way. And he got sidelined for his own fucking dad. Todoroki just kind of stopped mattering. His dad mattered more. And I was like, oh my god. Not the abuser story. Hang on, someone drew an art. I've had this conversation on stream before. Someone drew art of me and I was like, yeah, here it is. First of all, this is me. This was made by @LonelyPumpkin on Blue Sky Social. So yeah, and then I went to study under him. He's the #2 hero after all. What? This is exactly what I've said, the same thing, because I remember I watched Hero Academia first, right? And then I watched One Piece and I got to Sanji's story and I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. This is so much better of showing the dynamic between a child and their abuser, right? It was just shocking how bad Todoroki was handled. Also, hi Bakugo. And yeah, and then they showed like him being like fucked up about his power. This is what I wanted! This would have been peak, because I like Bakugo! Oh, hi Lonely Pumpkin! Thank you for this. I'm sorry, I love you, Mel. I like Bakugo, right? I just think he didn't get what he should have gotten. He was my favorite character. And he just felt wasted to me as a All Might fanboy. Also, yeah, here's me on my feet. It's me! I love this. I type like that. That's the joke. I actually do. Exact same conversation, right? Exact same conversation. Bro, that's me! That's me! Me typing at my computer. Hang on, I can't type anything right now. Ready? I'm using 2 little fingers. Anyway. It is funny that the beginning of Todoroki's story is, yeah, basically, my dad and my mom were in an arranged marriage because he wanted babies that were powerful. So he purposefully picked a woman with a powerful quirk. Purposefully picked a woman with a powerful quirk to have super strong megacop babies. And then ages into the story, it goes, actually, I lied about that. And it like tried to turn it around and go, no, actually, she wanted all these babies. And I hate that even more because suddenly they're turning the blame on her. Actually, she wanted all these babies. Actually, she made herself insane. Actually, she's the reason that she poured hot boiling water on a child's face. Right? Suddenly they changed it around to, no, she wanted the kids, not him. And that's even fucking worse in my opinion. That you're gonna blame her for that. All for Endeavor's sake. Actually insane shit. Like, I'm sorry, it was horrible writing. It does sound like what an abusive and manipulative husband would say. And the funniest part is, Endeavor at the beginning is that bad. He is written to be fucking horrible. Like, he has that horrible personality. There's absolutely nothing that indicates he's better than that. Nothing. And then I genuinely think what happened is Endeavor got really popular. So he decided, fuck, I gotta make him good. I genuinely think that's what happened. Because there's absolutely nothing at the beginning that indicates he's good at all. Or he has any good bone in his body. Like, nothing. Bum, bum, bum. Boom, 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 boom. And then, of course, the funniest thing is the reason one of the villains even exist is because his dad was abusive. That's one of the reasons the villains exist. And that's one of the reasons Todoroki even also exists, right? And suddenly, Dubby fails, gets put in the thingamabob where he cannot talk. He can't move. He can't do anything. And all he's forced to do is stare at his dad, who he fucking hates. Because his dad is like, I'll be here with him. And I was like, imagine being abused by someone and then you can't move. And when you're in the thingamabob, all you can do is stare at the person that abused you. As your abuser is like, I'm doing the right thing. And making themselves feel better at what they did to you. I was gagged. And it tried to present it as a good thing. To me, it was horrifying. They tried to present it as a, oh, look, he's a good father. And I was like, imagine Sanji getting put in the fucking thingamabob and then all he can do is stare at Judge as Judge is like, I'll forgive you. Oh! I can't. I actually cannot with that. Dubby was put in a I have no mouth and I must scream situation. I'm serious. He's not all bad. I just can't with it. Dubby was super ultra evil because of someone. Who turned him into that? That was the whole point of Dubby's story. Who turned him into that? It was his fucking dad. Like, this is the insane part. Why doesn't David get the happy ending? Why doesn't David get autonomy over himself and Dabby doesn't? Like, I just cannot get over this. Dabby just wanted David to acknowledge him, but then David didn't do that. You know who else had a similar story? You know who else had a similar story? With wanting their abusive dad to acknowledge them? You know who else had that story? Sorry. Hang on, hang on. You know who else? You know who else had that story? Sanji was not treated like crap from the start. You're wrong. Sanji was actually seen as something prideful from the start. But then he started not doing what he was supposed to do, which was be a weapon. Hey, who else did that happen to in Hero Academia? Who else didn't show the potential that they should have been showing? It's wrong. Like, it's just wrong. Now, look, the biggest issue I have with this whole thing is, here's the thing. Let's compare Sanji's story with W's story. W just wanted acknowledgement. Okay, that's fine. That's the whole point of Sanji. That is the whole point of Sanji. He just wanted Judge to acknowledge him. Even though Judge treated him terribly, even though Judge was abusive and horrible to him, he still relied on Judge acknowledging him. And this is why, when he faces Judge with his knife and says, "I'm running, I'm leaving," Judge says, "Okay, leave, but do me a favor, don't tell anyone you were my son. Don't tell anyone we are of the same blood. Do not tell anyone I am your father." Sanji breaks down crying. Because somewhere in his heart, Sanji was hoping Judge would care. That Judge would want him. That Judge would acknowledge him. And this is why Sanji becomes a mess after that. Because Judge fully just removed him. Just fully acknowledged the opposite, which is, I don't need you, I don't want you, you are nothing to me. And that absolutely ruined Sanji. And that's what gave Sanji the issues he has all his fucking life. That he just wanted to be acknowledged by this one man who hung over his head his entire life. His entire life. He even said one of the reasons he came back to Whole Cake Island is because he thought maybe Judge changed. The German Kingdom, the Vinsmoke Kingdom, he thought maybe Judge changed when he heard that Judge wanted him back, when he heard that Judge was looking for him, and that Judge wanted to bring him back. He said, "I thought maybe you had changed." And Judge essentially said, "No, I'm worse." Right? There is absolutely no remorse from Judge, and that zero acknowledgement from Judge is what absolutely ruined Sanji. And this is why when it comes to Luffy, and when it comes to the Straw Hats, and when it comes to Sanji's situation, he's too afraid to run. He's too scared to run because Judge still holds power over Sanji. Judge holds power over Sanji's being, over Sanji's person, because the man who brought Sanji into this world is not acknowledging him, and that hurts. And there's something just deep within him. He just wants Judge to look at him. And Judge won't. Judge will always see him as a failure, right? Until Luffy. until Luffy comes across him. Zeph as well, but Luffy is what hammered it in. And Luffy said, I care about you because of you. Not because of what you can do, not because of what you are, but because of you. I love you for you. And because of that, Sanji could pull Judge down, look him in the eye and say, you are not my father. That is Sanji's way of saying, I don't need you anymore. I don't need you to acknowledge me anymore. I don't need you to validate my life anymore. I can exist because people can love me. Other people can love me. And this is the issue I have with Dubby. Dubby relying specifically on wanting Endeavor's acknowledgement is a bad message. And a son relying on their father's acknowledgement is a bad message, especially a father like Endeavor, who was a bad father. I hate that message, because what if you never get that acknowledgement? What if you never receive that? What are you supposed to do? That's why Sanji's story is just so fantastic, because more often than not in this world, if you have a father like Endeavor, they will not acknowledge you. Someone like that will usually always be like that, especially to their own child. Yes? Judge did care about Toya in a certain way, but that should not be where Dubby should get his acknowledgement from. And David was still a horrible fucking person. He was still awful to Dubby. Awful to him. That's the issue. Dubby getting his acknowledgement from only Endeavor is a bad message. The ending being a happy one, because, oh, Endeavor finally acknowledged him, that's a little bit disgusting. Dubby had to die, had to literally be dying for Endeavor to finally acknowledge him. Do you not think that's kind of a horrible message? Dubby had to kill people, become this vigilante tyrant, become a literal villain, be put in the thingamabob, dying to finally be acknowledged by Endeavor. That is a horrible, horrible message. To do all these things to finally be acknowledged by your dad who's a fucking bum. I think that's a horrible message. And I hate it. And I look at something like Sanji, or someone like Sanji, where the message is, you don't need acknowledgement from your father just because they are your father. That's the point of the message. Sanji even has a moment to himself where he thinks, just because he's your father, does that mean he deserves your respect? It is such a powerful thing for Sanji to think. His story is so powerful in my opinion. Just because you're born from someone's loins, just because you have someone's blood running through your veins, do they by default deserve your respect? No. That's the point, right? Shoto doesn't want acknowledgement from Endeavor, but he's still like, oh, but we can move to forgive him. And again, I think that's fucked up. These kids are still going, well, he's trying his best. I disagree with that. I think it's a bad message. I think the message that Sanji and Whole Cake Island brings across is so much better in what it's trying to say. So much better in what it's trying to say. Exactly, and David never getting consequences. And his consequence is, oh, my son who is evil. How horrible is that? His consequence is a bad child. And how is the child supposed to feel about that? The reason Sanji felt the way he did is because he thought he was essentially Judge's mistake. Judge doesn't get consequences either. Judge's consequence is he never gets fucking acknowledged. Is that he loses his power over Sanji. His consequence is he nearly fucking dies. But that's his consequence. He loses power over everything. His plans fail, and he will always now forever lose Sanji's respect. Forever. Sanji will now never ever ever have Sanji's respect. He lost it. Because he's an asshole. Right? Judge's consequences is he got nothing. He didn't even get redemption. He got no slither of redemption. Why didn't David get redemption? Over his children. Exactly. No, there is an ideology in Japan of not wanting to burden others conform to the system. That's true. That's why Sanji, in my opinion, is so influential. His story is so powerful because it goes against that. That's why I think if a little kid in Japan were in a situation similar to Sanji, similar to Dabi, who do you think they would get a lot more comfort from? Sanji's story or Dabi's story? This is what I'm saying. I don't like Dabi's story because I don't like the message it brings across. I think having the abuser have some redemption, having the abuser have the, oh, but he's trying his best, I think that is bad. I think that's a bad thing to show. It's a, oh, but think about what your parents have gone through. You are their child. It doesn't matter what your parent has gone through. Your parent should not be doing anything. Okay, I disagree with the idea that someone who is evil can never be redeemed. If you're abusing a child, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care who you are. I don't fucking care what you went through. If you have abused or hurt a child, I do not give a shit about you. I do not think that person should be redeemed. I don't think that person should be allowed to see their children again. I think that's a good message. It's not that, oh, someone who is evil can never be redeemed. It's this person abused their children. Why does that person deserve any redemption over their child? That's the issue. The child was seen as more evil than Endeavor. That's the issue. That's the problem. Endeavor acknowledged what he did and he didn't want forgiveness from anyone in his family. Cool, I don't fucking care. Just because an abuser acknowledges what they did doesn't mean they deserve fucking anything. He abused his children. You think if Judge acknowledged what he did, I'd care about him? No. You don't seem to understand. I do not care what Endeavor would ever do. He abused his children. You abuse your children. You physically hurt them in any way. You mentally hurt them, like purposefully in these ways. You don't deserve anything, in my opinion. These are children. They rely on you for their life and their safety. You are their world. That's the point. So when I look at a character like Endeavor, I'm disgusted that he gets this kind of redemption. He doesn't deserve that. So when I look at Endeavor and I look at Dabi and I look at the social conformities of Japan, right? And how it's like, oh, what Amer said about the you have to conform and not be a burden, not in the way. I look at Dabi and Endeavor's story and I see a cycle that will be repeated. I look at Sanji's story about what happened with him and Judge and Luffy. I see that really, really, really helping people, especially children in that situation. I see Sanji's story being something so powerful to kids realizing I don't need my parents' respect. I don't need my parents' acknowledgement. I can find love and acknowledgement in other places that I am not born from. Sometimes children forgive their abusive parents or give them second chances. And how does that turn out? Because here's the thing, it's not about the children forgiving the abusive parent. It's about the abusive parent acting after that. And a lot of the time, an abuser who apologizes, especially an abusive parent, they don't change. It's incredibly rare that that happens. It's incredibly rare. And I'll always think about a friend that I had that went to therapy for these same reasons. And the friend said to their therapist, I just want my mom to say sorry to me. And the therapist said, what happens if your mother dies? And they never say sorry to you. They've died and they've never said sorry. Can you move on? Can you live with that? And this is what I'm saying. It's a nice, in my opinion, let's say fantasy of, oh, my abusive parent will say sorry to me. But that's not a solution. It's not a solution in my opinion. When it comes to Sanji's story, and actually, okay, if your parent apologizes to you, okay, whatever, but that is not where you should be seeking your own life and acknowledgement. Do you understand what I mean? This is why when I look at Sanji's story, I think it's so much more powerful than any abusive child and family story I've ever seen, because Sanji is not obligated to apologize or want an apology from his dad. Judge never apologized. And Sanji can live with that because he doesn't care to look to Judge for acknowledgement anymore. That is so much more powerful than a kid who's been abused by their parent and they still want that parent's acknowledgement. And oh, luckily he got it given to him, but he's stuck in the fucking thingamabob and he's dying. And Davis' story, to me, it's just something that cannot comfort a child. It cannot comfort someone in that situation. I at least don't think it can. I think Sanji's story is something that can really comfort people who've been in that situation. Really, really comfort them. I think it's so much more powerful than what happened with Endeavor and Dabi. Because again, it's Sanji realizing, I do not need this. I don't need this from my abusive parent. What I need is love from other places, from my friends, from my found family, right? From the father that I've decided is my father, which is Zeph. And that is so much more powerful than anything Hero Academia did with Dabi and Endeavor. It's just so much more powerful. Like, it's just... Look, when I read this is why I say One Piece has absolutely ruined other stories for me. Because the way One Piece writes these themes and the way One Piece goes into these kinds of really dark tropes, genuinely, and it comes out of it with an ending that I truly believe means something, can help people. That's why One Piece, it touches me in a way that I've never been touched before, personally. Like the whole thing with Law and Doffy and his abuser, and how Law's whole thing with Doffy, because Doffy was his abuser, was I basically want to kill him. I want to go after him. I want him dead. And how the whole thing of that is, you doing that is making it so this man is still in control of your life. Doffy was still in control of Law's life, because Law just planned everything around his life around getting back at Doffy. And that was essentially ruining Law. That was digging him further and further and further into a hole. And he didn't know what to do with himself apart from seek revenge. Until he met Luffy. Until Luffy helped to show him, basically, that you don't need to do this on your own. You don't need to face your abuser on your own. In fact, you don't even need to face your abuser point blank. I can help you. And so long as you're living your life in the way you want to live it, you are free from this person. That is so much meaning, you know what I mean? Like, this man doesn't have control over you so long as you are living the way you want to live. That is so powerful to me. That you are not affected, like you, and also the same thing with Law as well, as parts of Doffy are in him. Parts of what Doffy has done to him are in him. There are still some things he says that are similar to Doffy, and there are still some ways he acts that are like Doffy. And that would no doubt haunt him. And again, that's realistic. That's what happens to people who have been in a situation like Law. There are parts of themselves that resemble their abuser, and that's fucking horrifying. But because of the life they're living, if they're living the life they want to live, away from that person, and they're not trying to seek any kind of like, oh my god, I need them dead, I need them gone kind of mindset, you know, and they're getting help from people, it doesn't matter. This is still who you are. You are not defined by that person. You are still free to live the life that you want to live. And that's what's important. Like, Law's story is why I love Dressrosa so much. Because again, that feels so powerful to me. Just because this person has, like, done horrible things to you, and you are tarnished in ways because of this person, that doesn't mean you aren't you. And that doesn't mean you can't live your life. And isn't that just such a powerful message? Like, there are so many ways One Piece portrays these kinds of stories that it does something to me. It's literally just, you are not dictated by people you do not want to be dictated by, essentially, right? You're allowed to ask for help, and you're allowed to seek love from places that you think you shouldn't seek love from, or you can't seek love from, which is outside sources that goes against societal norms, that isn't blood related. And again, it's just a good message to have. And it's something I really appreciate One Piece for. Anyway, Sanji's story and Law's story, they are just very powerful stories. Very, very powerful stories. But Whole Cake Island just gets me so bad because I genuinely think that's still owed his emotional peak. I think he he went over the topic of familial abuse, right? So well, in my opinion. Just so well. And I truly do think Sanji's story is something that can help people. At least I know it has, because I've gotten comments about how Whole Cake Island has helped people see things and want to change things about themselves. Anyway, yeah. No, I hate Endeavor's story. I hate Endeavor and Dubby's story. I just think it was totally wasted, and compared to Whole Cake Island, it falls so flat. It's insane how flat it falls. But yeah, that's the other reason that I like One Piece, is if you've like abused your child, fuck you. Just fuck you, honestly. Because I'll say this to anyone now in real life. If I know anyone and they have like hurt their own child, I don't care if they try to be a better person. There's no excuse for it. I'm sorry. That is a little fucking being. I don't even like kids and I'm saying this. I don't care whatever reasons there are. I don't care if there's redemption or anything. What you've done will affect that kid for the rest of their lives. It's just like, I just don't care. This is why even when it comes to Endeavor's story, it's like, oh, but he's trying to make up for it. Okay, I don't care. Like, I just don't care. It was rare for people to say One Piece did the abuse story better than My Hero. Holy fuck. Are you serious? Maybe it's because this is like a line that Sanji has that people find so controversial. When he says to Luffy, I don't even see them as my family, but I still want to save them. So many people saw that and were like, ew, Sanji, why? Like, what the hell? You should just let them die. When it's like, that's the point. He's not letting this rage dictate him. He's letting his own love and being dictate him. Because that's who he is. He hates them, and the relationship is complicated. Because he doesn't want them to die. He fucking hates them, but he still doesn't want them to die. That's how complicated this is. That is how complicated that is. And he's allowed to save them while still not caring about them, you know what I mean? Oh my god, that is horrible. That's so horrible. That's insane, because as you've heard, I just think Sanji's story is just so good. Whole Cake Island hate. Again, it just has to be that they don't like Sanji. That has to be it. Hate Big Mom and hate Sanji. Because again, I stand by that Whole Cake Island is Oda's emotionally written best arc. Again, emotionally. I just think he knocked it out of the park. Because it's not just Sanji, it's also Katakuri and Pudding and Brûlée and Reiju, and it's like everything together just makes such a perfect blend of an arc. Wheezy, that's so funny because Sanji's fight was the wedding cake. The whole point of Sanji is he didn't want to use violence because of what he went through. He was winning with the skills that his own blood father deemed useless and pathetic, which was cooking and having a generous heart. That's so funny. I've always said Whole Cake Island is a very non-shonen-like arc. Like, it is. So when people don't like it, I feel like I can get an understanding of someone's character. Sanji cooking is Sanji character assassination. It's a matter of reading comprehension. I mean, the other funny part is Whole Cake Island is like Arlong Park and like Enies Lobby, in which Sanji doesn't have to fight. Not physically, because he has Luffy and the Straw Hats there to help him and protect him. It's weird because people will call Arlong Park peak and Enies Lobby peak, but when it's Whole Cake Island, suddenly it's not peak, even though it's a similar thing that's happening here of Luffy and the Straw Hats protecting someone they love. And I have a sneaking suspicion there's a little bit of sexism going on here of, oh, but Sanji's a man. He should be fighting. He's a man. Why is he crying? He's a man. No, girls can cry and be protected. Not Sanji. He's a man. Which is just insane. Are we sure he's a man? How dare Sanji break down crying and say he wants to run away but he's too scared? What a pussy, am I right? Be a man, toughen up. God. If I were Oda and I presented a story that was so heartfelt and I presented a character like Sanji, and the whole point is his emotions are a good thing, his soft heart is a good thing, his vulnerability as he cries to Luffy is a good thing, and some of my audience went, wow, what a loser. Look, he's stronger than me because I feel like I'd lose some love for writing. He is so much stronger than me because I would probably be a little bit defeated. I'd just be really demotivated if that happened. Or I'd dumb down and have Sanji or Luffy... Oh, thanks, Brick. Or I'd dumb down and I'd have Luffy or Sanji look into the camera and say, by the way, crying is a good thing. Which is crazy because he essentially had Shanks say that ages ago. Sorry, who's Baron Tamago? Whole Cake Island, I don't remember that. Sorry, who? But yeah, one of the reasons Sanji's story is so good is because even if he did get that apology from Judge, it wouldn't matter. Because he has found acknowledgement and love in another place. So Judge's apology just would have been something on top of it. Right? But even then, he still didn't need it. Because of how important the Straw Hats are to him and Zeph is to him. So Judge's apology at the end of the day would have just been something else, but it's not something that would define him. Eggman is a lot of things. Whoa, he's bisexual. I didn't know that. How has it been 8 hours? It doesn't feel like it's been 8. Never mind, it does feel like it's been 8 hours. I'm tired. Anyway. Yeah, I think Sanji would hold Todoroki. What's his name? Shoto? Sanji would hold him and hug him and say it's not your fault. And I think that would make him cry. Just saying. Zebek rejected Loki because he had too much swagger, too much riz. He looked into the future. He saw the beautiful princess that Loki would be. Alright, I think I'm done for today. It's been 8 hours. I'll be honest, I had too much fun talking to you guys. It's been a while. La 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 la. Alright. Thank you for joining, everyone. I appreciate it. I always appreciate it. Oh my god, sorry. I'll be back tomorrow to do more editing, as you all know. Thank you for stopping by. Oh my god, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the subs, super appreciate it. Thank you for the talks. Thank you for letting me talk about Sanji. I really appreciate that. Love talking about Sanji, and I will get in my box. Draw Sanji comforting Shoto. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'm the gremlin in your ear. Do it. Alright, thank you everyone. I super appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good day or have a good whatever it is for you guys. I think it's daytime. So yeah. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.